shadows are falling, but it's time to pause, cause Mother Nature's calling. I'll be back in a second and I'll continue the reckoning. They will still be waiting for us, and the pressure grows to make a save and throw, to introduce some movie, turn the lights down low. My armor's exposed, I'm getting full of holes. Think I need another chorus. Sooner or later the dice land on the table. You know that's what fables are made of. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. That ain't how we roll. Oh no, it ain't stolen. We on a roll. Hey, we on a rollin'. That ain't how we roll. Oh no, it ain't stolen. We on a roll. Hey, we on a rollin'. Sooner or later the dice land on the table. You know that's what fables are made of. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical.
That's what I'm talking about. Critical hit, ladies and gentlemen, from the Great No More Kings. What's up, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Thursday night stream. Hold on a second. So I realized I had left my office door open. What's going on, everybody? It is good to see everyone here tonight. I hope you guys are looking forward to some fun Dungeons & Dragons action. And we're about to get a lot of D&D, actually, going forward over the next couple of weeks. This is going to be your all D&D all the time channel. So I hope you guys are good with that. But I think it's appropriate that on this day that the United Kingdom seems poised to assert its will to actually de-evolve the European Union by leaving Europe. Because, I mean, when has that ever been a problem? Where Europe, you know, breaks apart at the seams. That's never had an issue before, right? Ever before. But on an era where that's the case, it's nice that we can come together, at least in this chat, and hang out and be with each other on this evening. So hope you all are doing well, and hope that you are, you know, watching the Brexit vote with bated breath or don't actually know what's going on. But in any case, hope everybody's doing well and looking forward to some games tonight. Before we get there, just a couple of reminders. You guys know the way to support the stream. ! ArvTube. Actually, wait, let's start with the tweeting first. ! CTT will allow you to retweet the stream. Also, hitting that video share button under the window. The video window there will allow you to let everybody know about this stream. So please send information far and wide through your various social networks. ! ArvTube will let you check out past broadcasts of the stream, including past broadcasts of these sessions, the D&D sessions. ! Steam Group will let you hang out on the Steam group with other Arvanauts and actually get announcements of the channel going live and all that kind of good stuff. And last but certainly not least, ! Arvtreon, ARVTREON, will get you over to my Patreon. We are currently sitting at $414.39, which is awesome. We're trying to continue to build that up. We want to try to hit that $450 level so that I can give our vocalists, our amazing voice acting team, a raise next month. And of course, at $500, I'm going to be playing Wizardry, and that's going to be fun for you guys and troubling for me, but that's fine. So that's what's happening. If you would normally sub to me, this is the way you would do it. That is basically the equivalent of my subsystem. So definitely hang over there and show the Patreon some love. You can get some good stuff yourself. You can get a professional critique of your writing at a particular level. You can get an epic poem written about you. You can get a character background, written for an RPG of your choice, if you so choose. So there's a lot of options that are out there. You can get a copy of one of my band's albums. You can get the Patreon newsletter. So all this cool stuff that you can get if you want to join up with the crew on the Patreon. Tonight we are continuing our Dungeons and Dragons series with viewers. One of the Patreon goals, or one of the Patreon levels, I should say, that we've reached is that every other month I do a marathon session of a game like Legend of Zelda, which is the series that I'm on right now. Right now I'm doing The Adventure of Link, Legend of Zelda 2. And then the other month that I'm not doing that, I do Dungeons and Dragons with viewers. And that's what we're doing tonight. Now, the last time that we played this session, we actually played the first of a multiple session D&D sort of one-off, and this is Harried in Hillsfar. It was large enough that I wasn't able to fit all of it into one day, and I decided that I didn't actually need to. I decided that it would actually be fun to see whether or not the chat could get a group of adventurers through a given section of an adventure, and then basically hand off the adventurers to the next set of D&D players who are going to continue to try to move us forward. So I'll explain all the details about that when we get there, but I do want to let everyone know that this is going to be a chance for you guys to jump in and play D&D with me if you were interested. So I'll talk more about that in just a moment. So that is what's happening tonight. On Saturday, Dungeons & Dragons will continue, this time with the Infinity and Beyond crew. That's my regular campaign. They're going to be playing on Saturday night and then on Tuesday night. So they'll be playing Saturday and Tuesday. And Tuesday is going to be a big D&D day for a couple of reasons, because in the first part of Tuesday, the GOG stream team is going to be continuing their D&D session with me over on my Pen and Pixel show over on GOG. So we've got D&D tonight, we've got D&D Saturday, we've got 2 sessions of D&D on Tuesday, lots of D&D, all the D&Ds. And then on Thursday, we will, which is the last cast of the month, Thursday will be our vocalists making their triumphant return with Aviary Attorney, which is going to be super awesome and fun and good time. So that's going to be a good time. How close are they to part 2? They are part 2. They are right on part 2, actually. As we speak, they have finished part 1, so they're on to part 2. So that's what we're looking for. On Saturday. What do you mean on Saturday? They're pretty far. I mean, they're I don't know. I forget what episode they're on Horde of the Dragon Queen, but they're definitely like well into that adventure. There's way more than 2 parts to that adventure. So yes, exactly. People who may set forests on fire and jump on tables. Yes, exactly. So that's the way to support the stream, and that's the schedule coming up. One other thing I want to mention too, and that is just sort of 2 quick heads up. First of all, Icarus, my graphic novel is out, and I am pretty shortly going to have, I don't think I'll have it tonight, but pretty soon, I'm going to have a couple audio codes of the audio dramatization of Icarus to give out. I'm going to give away a couple on my stream, so that's going to be happening. I can't give away too many, but just a couple of them that I'm going to be giving away. So that'll be happening soon. If you have not done so already, please consider picking up Icarus. I'm pretty proud of it. There's a lot of people who worked hard on that graphic novel, and you can get a choice of your digital version, the print version, and now the audio version, which is the 42 minutes with Trendane and George Ledoux doing the voiceover, and then Matt Cat Plays, also known as Chrono Wolf, who did the audio soundtrack and post-production effects and all that stuff. That is now available on Audible and iTunes as well. So we've got the audio out, we've got the print out, and we've got the digital out. Also, I'm happy to say that the backer edition is, I just got the files for the backer edition, and I'm proofing the rest of them today. So by tomorrow, the backer edition will be put together and will be complete. And then it's just a matter of getting them to you guys. So for those of you who have a backer edition, fear not. It is going to be shipped out to you shortly. It's all the stuff is done and in and finished, and it's just the last little proofing that I have to finish tonight and tomorrow morning, and then that will be complete, and the edition will be ready to go. So fear not, it is on the way, and again, as I've always said, so much thanks for your patience. You guys have been extremely patient if you backed it, so thank you for doing so, and hang in there, because that I really, really appreciate it. So, 5th Redemption. Wow, I have not talked to you in ages. What's up, 5th Redemption? How you doing, man? Wow, that is long. That is old school right there. That is bringing me back. Good to see you, man. All right. So that was the first announcement, was about Icarus. The second announcement is, as you guys know, my son was born about 17 days ago now, something like that. And so as a newborn, there are demands of a newborn on my wife, and therefore by proxy me. So I may have to, at several points tonight, with little warning, jump out for a few minutes here and there, and I hope everyone will understand that that's kind of part of the drill. I'll try to leave you with some music if that happens. But I'm just letting you know up front that there may be little issues like that that have to be dealt with here and there. And speaking of that, let me just mark down something I have to do. Let's see. There's that. There's this little barking dog outside, the barks of which are so piercing that you can actually hear them in here through my headphones. I was like, what is that sound? And then I'm like, oh, that is what that sound is. Great. All right, let's see. We've got that, and that takes care of that. That's now reminded. Let's make sure that's actually came through. And is that accurate? Yes. Wait, is it? Let's make sure. Okay, good. Lovely. Wonderful. I love it. Okay, so with all that said, why can't my mother-in-law do it? Yeah, because my mother-in-law my mother-in-law did a lot of stuff already. She made dinner for us tonight. We had a nice white fish and cauliflower and fruit salad was our dinner of choice tonight. So no, she's done her job. Now it's my job to be able to kick in when need be. What's up, Shadowed? Oh, thank you, Vidistis. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, he's doing fine, but breastfeeding is always a struggle, and the first few weeks / couple of months are always a struggle, and so we're all hanging in there. Everyone's doing okay, but it's just it's one of those things. It's nice that it's happening during the summer as opposed to anything else. So we are hanging in there. You ordered your badges 2 days before registration ended. Nice, Illness. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right. With all that said, let me say hi to everybody before I reveal my face and we get underway. Hi to my viewers, first of all. What's up, Wolfboy? Vidistis. What's up, Trollware? What's going on, Rad Count? Hello, PKD Fan. What's up, Nonstop? What's up, Mr. Mano? What's up, Marinda? Hello, McCurious. What's going on, Mixed Sauce? Hello, the aforementioned Matt Cat Plays. What's up, man? What's going on, Lixon? Hello, Lord. What's up, Lone Singer? What's going on, Night Lake? What's up, Jedi Knight? Hello, Hillness. What's going on, Fireball? Hello again to Fifth Redemption. What is up, EKeg? Hello, Black Belt. What's going up, Arcades? What's up, IAK Enforcer? Yeah, man, my son. Yes, the second and final Wilson child, at least my Wilson child, second and final child has entered the world. A new child, a new foe. Actually, what is it? A new hero has entered the arena. Yes. Hi to Apples. What's up to my awesome mods? Hello to Shadowed Mage. What's up to Netowin? What's up to Lego Freak, Dragon Spear, Backburner? By the way, I should mention that Netowin is working on something for me that is going to be super, super cool. I don't want to talk more about it yet, but there's going to be some cool stuff coming by way of... introductions is what I'll say to my channel. So that's coming up. And also, I should mention that... Cloud Kingdom actually made a couple of Fighting Fantasy Gamebook overlays for me, which look really, really sweet, and I'm really excited to show those to you guys. We're not going to be getting back to the conclusion of Robot Commando for a couple of weeks because of all the D&D and stuff, but we will be getting back to it sooner rather than later, and when we do, you'll have a chance to see these new overlays, so that will be awesome. Once again, I demonstrate my willingness to call out lurkers. Yep, I always do that, Marinda. Always do that at the very beginning of the cast. That's the only time I do it. And if people want to run away, they can. But generally, people don't mind. It's the only time I do it is at the very beginning. So a new challenger approaches. That's right. That's right. You've already succeeded. This is round 2. You have the advantage. I appreciate that, Knight. Yes, yes. We're definitely, my wife and I are definitely in a much, much better position to handle this now than we were 8 years ago when my daughter was born. And part of it, actually, is the existence of my daughter, because my daughter is amazing and has been great big sister and has definitely been a help to us psychologically. So that's a big thing. But also just we figured things out more this time around. Doesn't mean there aren't unique challenges and, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we feel in a much more comfortable position now than we did previously. So that's the deal with that. If you want to lurk, you got to come in after the intro like me. Wait, crap. That's right, Deviser. What's going on, man? Okay, so let me get rid of... Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of... Wait for it. This. And let me turn on this. Here we go. Hi, everybody. What's up? I bring to you my Galaga shirt today and my specially made for me yarn bracelet by my daughter. So this is Centivine approved. Just want you to all know this is my Centipede approved. Thanks, Hi K. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely, it's weird to be back in the saddle of being a parent at that particular age. And to be perfectly frank, my favorite part of this thing comes when you get to a little bit past this age. Newborn is not my wildest time. I like it when they get a little bit older, a few months in, basically when we get into like the 3-4 month stretch and then forward, then it starts getting really cool because all these new little milestones come up. They develop personalities. You really begin to sort of see the sort of characters that they're going to be in their lives. As I say with my daughter, if my son is half as cool as my daughter is, it's going to be amazing because my daughter, just as she's gotten older, every step of the way has been really a joy. Like, no joke. I mean, it's not that it's easy to be a parent, but I've always said that it's always been my honor to be her dad because she's just a really, really special kid that is really inspiring to me. So she's awesome, and so I'm sure my son is going to have a great big sister to live up to, and also is going to be great on his own. I mean, he's got his own, he's going to have his own personality and his own way of doing things, and that's cool too. So I'm really looking forward to that. But I'll like it when we actually get past the feed 6 million times a day and sleep, the rest of the time. And then, that stage is not my ultimate favorite, but it's fine. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens after that. My favorite age is that of being able to show off the Elder Scrolls series. Nice. Exactly right. Man is playing Galaga. Older sister. Yeah, but this is going to be a very different kind of older sister to Miser. This is not a mean older sister. Trust me. Centipede does not have a mean bone in her body. We've raised her that way. So it's actually going to be very good for him, I think, because there have been some studies that have shown that when you have an older sister that you get along with, that's a big, that you get along with, that it can definitely help with development and all sorts of things in terms of men sort of coming to terms with who they are and being understanding. And it does a lot of good things, basically. That, of course, assumes that the older sister gets along with you. If she doesn't, then that's a whole other problem. But, that's too bad, McSauce. Yeah, that's right. Trollware met him. Met my daughter. That's right. Trollware met Centipede. And, said that he actually could put up with her. He could actually deal with her. Yeah, she's a pretty amazing kid. Cool. All right. So with that said, folks, let's get into the game for today. Now, as I mentioned before, we are playing the adventure Harried in Hillsfar, and there are several parts to this adventure. Just to sort of set the stakes for you guys, the way that it works is that in the first portion of the adventure, this group of people discovered this madman's letter, basically this madman's thing. And the madman, basically, when they discovered it, they found someone, this mad creature died before they could get anything from him. But they found a couple of things. They had these sort of notes, and they had some of that stuff. And they had this note about these different things, this prophecy that he was talking about, involving different aspects of things around Hillsfar. The first one had to do with this thing. It said, "New master, the place where dandelions rise above and cover the people. The virile and the virulent can be one and the same. The hell-tinged one is lost, and then several are found." And those were the things that we initially... let me see if I got that right. Yes, that's right. So, that there was a message from the land's new master, but it's hidden fivefold. So what we discovered with our first group of adventurers who handled this a couple of months ago is that they went to this farm and they discovered that there were these demon goats, basically, these creatures that had given birth and that were really odd. One of them actually was a two-headed demon goat that ended up attacking the characters, and they ended up basically discovering some information, but they found that there was something strange about that farm. So part one showed them that there was something weird about that area, and they needed to do something to basically discover what it was that was causing these creatures to be born in the way that they were born. So that was an example of this prophecy that he had. There are other aspects of the prophecy, and so tonight, the people who play with me on this adventure are going to be picking up for them and carrying things forward into part two of the adventure. So that's going to be the next step, and that's going to happen based on who's here. So with all that said, yeah, that's right. That's my equalizer back there. If I zoom in the camera a little more, you can't see it, but I actually kind of like this because it gives you a little bit more of the office, and I don't feel like I'm like I am a face. So I like having a little bit more here. So with that said, now here's what I'm going to ask for from people for tonight. If you are interested in playing D&D with me, I am looking for 5 players, and what I'm looking for is the following, and this is the following order of importance. Number 1, you must have a microphone. If you do not have a microphone, I'm sorry, you're out of luck. I need to be able to hear you. So you need to have a microphone. That is step 1. Step 2, I would prefer that you have a webcam. This is not an absolute requirement, but I would prefer it because people like to see the reactions of people on stream. So I would prefer that you have a webcam, not a requirement, but strongly recommended. So that's sort of the next kind of step in terms of prioritizing. Step 3 is that I like it if you have some basic knowledge of D&D. Now, there was some discussion while I was coming on from some people, including Nightlake, about whether or not watching D&D counts. And the answer is yes, to a degree. If you have the basic idea about what D&D is for and what's involved with Dungeons and Dragons, yes, if you've watched me a lot, that basically should give you a sense of things. What I'm looking for, though, is not someone who has never watched an adventure before. And the only reason is because I want to make sure that from stream purposes, we keep things moving at a relative basis, essentially. Step 4. That's not the step 4 Lego, no. Let's see. Step 4 is that you must commit to the entire session, as Burner says, which is going to be somewhere around 4 hours or so. I don't expect this will be 5 hours. I expect this will be closer to 4 hours, maybe 3.5, but probably 4 with like tech problems and all that kind of stuff. So probably about 4 hours. So you need to commit to that. If you have to leave in like an hour, then again, sorry, that's not going to work out. And then the last requirement is that I prefer it if you have not played with me before. Those folks get priority over people who have played with me before. Now, that's not a hard and fast rule. If it turns out we don't have enough people, then I will certainly start letting those things drop down the priority list. So if we don't have enough people, I will, and you have played with me before, then I would be happy to add you in. If we don't have enough people and you have but you don't have a webcam, maybe we can work that out. The only absolute requirement is that you need to be willing to commit to the whole session and you need to have a microphone. Those are the 2 major things. The other things are requested. And Jedi Knight, yes, thank you, Jedi Knight, for posting that. Those right there are the rules. Those are free. Anybody can get those, and so that'll give you a basic sense of what D&D is like. I'm going to be giving you guys, remember, characters based on what we had last time. So you're going to be getting characters assigned to you. We've got a rogue, we've got a warrior, we've got a sorcerer, I believe we've got a cleric, and we've got one other, which I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'll figure it out. But anyway, so we've got characters sort of already in place. You're going to be taking those characters and moving them forward. So that's what we are looking at. So with that said, people, let us figure out what have we got. Who is interested in playing tonight that meets that criterion? Please let me know. Throw an Arv Dragon. If you're interested in playing Dungeons and Dragons, please throw an Arv Dragon in chat if you are interested. Please throw an Arv Dragon in chat if you're interested in playing. All right, Nightlake is in there. All right. We got Nightlake in. Who else? Maybe, kind of, sort of, maybe. Okay, Lego, that's cool. Okay, so Demiser is an Arv Dragon, maybe. All right, that's 2. I meet the approximate requirements. Love it. All right, that's 2. We need 3 more. 3 more. Burner if needed. Okay, so we've got Arv Dragon. Burner has played with me before, but again, I will drop that requirement out if I need to. Yeah, man, I'll throw multiple so bads in chat. Listen, whatever floats your boat, man. You know what I'm saying? By the way, I'm still looking, for an Arv hype emote. And I'm looking for an Arv what emote. So I need an Arv hype and an Arv what emote. And I'm some people can take a look at the better TTV requirements for emoticons, but we have room for some more emotes. So if anyone is an expert in doing pixel art and things that I am not an expert in, would love to see a couple of things thrown this way. Shadowed is an Arv Dragon available as backup if need be. All right. Same deal. Shadowed has played with me before, but if need be, we will get Shadowed on board. So that is 3 potential. I need 2 more. Having as many experienced people as possible would be nice. Okay. Fair enough. That's good to know, Knight. So we've got 2 more that we need. 2 more. I could theoretically run it with 4 players, but I'd rather we have 5 if I can. 2 more. It's the final 2 people. The final 2 people. Who else have we got? Who's going to jump on board? Which one of you will be the winner? The leader? The man? You meet none of the requirements. Okay. I got work tomorrow. I'd volunteer. Hey, what's up, John? What is the role of a paladin? A paladin is, I would say a paladin, the way to look at it is as a holy, try to leave out the Christian kind of overtones of this, a crusader in the name of his or her religion. The paladin is essentially a divine warrior, or a warrior inspired by the divine powers. The best way, the sort of best role of a paladin in a party is typically to act as 2 things. Number 1, a frontline fighter, also a tank. Paladin has a lot of armor and shields that they can sort of rely upon. Paladins are often the leaders, the ones who sort of stand in the front in battle and take the focus of evil upon them. They also have some basic cleric powers. They can turn undead to a limited degree. They can do a little bit of healing. There's an ability called Lay on Hands, which paladins have. And as far as what race is best, that's dependent on, whatever you want to do. Most of the time, paladins tend to be sort of hardy and sort of high constitution and fortitude, vigor, that sort of thing. Obviously, they have to be strong. So paladins are often played as dwarves or sometimes humans. But I've seen paladins. I've seen halfling paladins. Theoretically, you could have a gnome paladin. Obviously, human paladins. I said dwarves and humans. Generally, not so much elven paladins, although it is possible. You're not going to get an orcish paladin, though, or a half-orc paladin or anything like that. But that's generally what they are. Sort of holy warriors, essentially. I would, but I only have a mic, but it sucks. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, sorry, Fireball. When you get a new one, let me know, because we kind of do need a mic, at the very least. Did I miss anybody? Is it possible to run Discord on a Kindle? Oh my god. Oh yes, Dragonborn. That's true. Dragonborn paladins are impressive. Undead paladin, no. Succubus paladin, no. There was an anti-paladin in previous D&D editions. Sort of like, the Black Knight, let's say. Yeah, charisma out the wazoo. It depends on what you mean by the wazoo. I wish I could join you. Ned, I'd love to have you in this, man. That'll be awesome. No, I've not got anything from the Steam sale yet. So far, I've been able to resist. Rhoda! Well, yeah, there's nothing that inherently prevents it, but it's not that it's the whole. But that's the whole point, though. They're not common lore-wise because it would be difficult to sort of set up a situation. I mean, it's possible, but an orcish paladin would be extremely difficult because the nature of where an orc is raised and everything else makes it very unlikely that they would come into contact with good, or that even if they were inclined to do good, that they would be likely to be able to do so without being torn to pieces by their fellows. And so half-orcish ones are consequently unlikely, rather rare, for the same reasons because of their previous history. It's just not likely that they would have encountered it. There's nothing like skill-wise that keeps them from being a paladin. It's just not a likely thing, but it's possible. Succubus Paladin is Paladin. Really? Paladin's canon? Yeah. The best class for magical support play. Best classes for magical play are probably something along the lines of wizard or sorcerer are your 2 major magic classes. And then it just depends on sort of your style of play. Sorcerers are somewhat more, in some ways, they're more versatile in that they can memorize. They don't have to prepare spells beforehand. They know a certain number of spells, and then they can cast them based upon the flexibility of the moment. So if you've got a sorcerer that can cast a couple of level 1 spells, they have different options available to them in terms of when they cast them, as opposed to a wizard who has to learn and memorize his or her spells every time. On the other hand, wizards have access eventually to a much larger library of spells than a sorcerer would, and as a consequence, wizards in the end are probably the strongest magic or the stronger magic casters, but sorcerers have a lot going for them as well. I actually really like sorcerers, so that's possible as well. The character illustration on the Paladin page looks like a half-orc. Listen, maybe we've decided to be all like half-orcs can be paladins too. I mean, who am I to break down their possibility? All right, so we got 3 people that are on board, if I'm not mistaken. We've got Burner, we've got Shadowed, we've got 4. We've got Demiser, and we've got Knight. Okay, we've got 4. So I need one more. I got one more that I need. Do a D&D 101 stream? Oh, yeah. It's not a bad idea, Jedi. I could do that. Sure. Make it like a D&D AMA, basically. Yes, and remember, tonight is assigned characters. That's correct. Tonight is assigned characters. People are going to continue to play the characters that were there before. Right, that's exactly right, Mano. Yep. So yes, if you're interested to meet the requirements, throw an Arv Dragon up there. I've got 4. Right now I need one more, and then we can move forward. So I need one more person who is interested in picking this up. Crowd control? Oh, different possibilities there, John. Certainly wizards under some circumstances can be good for crowd control. Druids are very good because they have the abilities to cast things like Entangle and things which can slow people down, which is obviously a good crowd control thing. Under certain circumstances, wizards can be good for crowd control because of things like sleep. And then potentially clerics, depending on the crowd. If you're talking about a crowd of undead, for example, clerics are going to be a good place to go because of their ability to turn undead. But that, again, depends on the particular foe that you're facing. So different characters can be good for crowd control. No, I have not, Mano. I have not. I see a lot of people, if I didn't work at 4 a.m. tomorrow, I can't commit. Look, I understand that sometimes you guys feel the call of Dungeons and Dragons, but other things get in the way. Clearly work, getting up at 4 in the morning. These are things that are more important than the most epic game ever made. I understand that you don't want to have to live the adventurous life that you, when seeing the door open of adventure in front of you, as the road of glory lies before you, that many of you will choose to turn and instead walk over to your job and sit down at the desk and begin to work for the man while not allowing yourself to have walked down the road of adventure. I understand that this can happen to all of you. I feel I get it. I get where you're coming from. You got good news on Tuesday? Oh, cool, Wolf Boy. You have to get up at 3 a.m. to get to work. Good God, Fifth Redemption. What the hell are you doing, man? Working the graveyard shift. Oh, neat, man. Oh, that's cool. I think I heard of that vaguely, but I bow to no man. All right, one more, folks. Let me get one more. I can run it with 4, but I'd rather have 5. What exactly is a Dragonborn? It's a particular race, John, with draconic heritage. So they often kind of look like sort of 2-footed dragons. They sort of look humanoid in appearance, but they have draconic features. And in many cases, depending on how much draconic features they have as they get sort of older and older and advance forward, they will get things as they develop. They'll be able to use more of their draconic heritage, like breathing fire and things like that. You got to proof your non-service connected disability pension from the VA. Yay! Oh, awesome, Wolf Boy. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. I'm glad. I know a couple of people who've had to deal with stuff with the VA. And as you know, probably much more than I do, it sometimes is hell on wheels to actually get them to get, things done. But I'm glad that happened. Good. I'm glad to hear it, man. Really. What time I'm looking to start? I am looking to start Wenchkin as soon as we get my last player. As soon as we get the last player on board, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to send each of those people who spoke and said they were interested. I'm going to send each of you a link to a web browser-based video thing that I have called appear.in, and then I'm going to have you all come in, and then I'm going to capture your video, and then we're going to get cracking on the adventure. That's what we're doing. Nice. That's so awesome, Wolfboy. And this is 5th edition. 5e. 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 E. Can't figure out E. E. Haha. I got it. You dropped a question in our conversation. You're up for it. Okay. Now, Wenchkin, I don't know if you were here before, but just as a reminder, do you A, have a webcam? Do you A, have a microphone? B, have a webcam? C, are a generally nice person? D, have some basic knowledge of D&D? That doesn't mean rules lawyer. It just means you have some basic knowledge of it. E, can commit to a 4 to 5 hour session. Probably more likely to be 4, to be honest. Are all those things true? Because if they are, then we'd love to have you on board. And so do you mean the conversation we were having via Twitch private message? Let's see, Netowin. Let's see if that's true. There it is. Yes, that's exactly right, Net. Yep. This has to do with something that Netowin is doing for my channel, which is super awesome. Yes, Netowin, that is correct. That is accurate. Awesome. That's fine, Wenchkin. I'm cool with that. I'm totally cool with that. Most of the people in question are nice. Yes, most of them are nice. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, we've got Shadowed. Let me go back up. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. We have got Night Lake. We have got Demiser. We have got Backburner. We have got Shadowed Mage. And last but certainly not least, we have got Wenchkin. Those are the 5 that we have got. Love it. Awesome, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my little appear.in room. And then I'm going to send this to all of you. And we're going to head over and we're going to get this underway. Ah, I love it. This is going to be a good one. Okay. I'm going to now message people. And let's start with Night Lake. I can't wait till Twitch is able to do multiple messages, like multiple recipients for messages. It'll be awesome. Okay, Night Lake, I'm sending you a link to something, so I want you to go over to this when you get this, okay? I just sent it to you via Twitch PM. Okay, that's one. Second is Demiser. Demiser. He's been my mod for a long time. Demiser. He likes fan fiction, but that's all right. Okay. Okay, that's been sent to Demiser. And now we've got Backburner. All right. That's the third one that I've just sent. And now we've got Shadowed Mage. Okay. And last but certainly not least, as I scroll all the way the hell down, scroll, 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 scroll. Wait, what? I can't use any links. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Give me a second, Knight. Yeah. Wait, send the link to this name? So wait, I think I sent it to the right one then. I sent it to Night Lake. Now I just got to find Wenchkin. There's Wenchkin. Let me send you that message. Okay, all the invitations are away. So Night Lake, I always forget that you're also Lake Plantain. I got something going on here. Let's Get you connected. Let's lock this room. And let's see what we've got. Okay, who did I just get in? And can you hear me? I wonder. Thank you for the host, John. For the follow, John. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Argonauts. Okay, let's see. So, all right. Now I just have to get a little bit of technical stuff resolved. I see someone there. And I'm going to guess that this is probably, I'm guessing this is Wenchkin, if I'm not mistaken. But it might not be. It might also be Lake Plantain. I know who that is. I recognize this person.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? What's going on? There is our good friend Shadowed Mage. I recognize him. Both voice and sight. Sight and sound. Can you hear me, by the way, Shadowed? Like, via this app or not? Oh, damn it. It's you, Burner? I should have known that. I should have known that.
So I do not hear Arvin here.
Oh, that's because I had myself.
I don't hear my update.
There he is.
I'm a pro streamer, people. See, at home, just so you guys know, at home, the way you do things is you mute your mic and then you talk into the mic and ask for people to listen to you. It's really super impressive. Okay. Hi, Burner. Hi, Shadowed.
Hi, Arv.
Okay, these guys are now here since I've learned what the anti-mute means. That's good to know. I am a moron. Okay, so that's good. Now we have 2 in, so now we're waiting for... Yeah, I totally deserve a so bad for that. I didn't send it to the right one. Okay, so wait, I didn't send it to the right one?
I got it, Arv. I'll send it to him.
Okay, I think he means... Oh, wait. Oh, it's because he changed up names. I got it. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, he changed up names. I didn't realize. I was thinking it was still Night Lake, and I was confused. And I have sent it to you now. Sorry about that, man. I was confused. Okay. Can't believe I did that. I'm like, oh my god, complicated technical problems. Yes, beginning with a muted mic. That's really the thing. All right, so but both you, I know Shadow has, and Burner, you were the jumping on tables guy, so you played with me a little while ago, right?
I jumped on the table. I set a fire to a forest. You know, I the guy escaped out of the tent. Yeah, it's okay.
Definitely, it was good times.
That was Journey to the Summer City.
Right.
Yep.
And yeah, did you guys play together on that one?
Yep.
I think you did.
I believe
right?
so.
Okay.
This is now officially my 3rd time.
This is your 3rd time. Yeah. What did you play? What character did you play in this one last time, Shadowed? Were you the big warrior dude?
Cassius Corin.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Good. Because that will actually help. Because that means you'll know what those are, so that'll be fine.
Yep.
And then I'll set us up for the other ones. Okay. Arv is the reason tech support always asks if you turned it off and on again. Yes, that's true. That's true. Okay, so Lake, I sent it to you. So it's now sitting waiting for you. And also, I'm still waiting for Demiser, and I'm still waiting for Wenchkin. No invite came through. Did you check via lookin?
You gotta look in your Twitch mailbox.
You gotta look in your
Wenchkin.
Twitch mailbox, Wenchkin. And double check also the little spam, whatever they call that. I guess it's just a spam folder. Sometimes they can end up there. Check the other folder. That's what it's called. That's right. That's right. The other folder.
I love how I only have 2 messages from Arv, and both of them are, "Hey, come join this group, so we could do D&D."
That's it. That's what it's all. That's it. That's what it's all about.
That's all I need.
That is what it's all about. All right, next person is joining up. And wait for it. And there we go.
Hello,
sir.
Hello.
All right, can everybody hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you. And you've got to be, you are Wenchkin.
I'm Lake.
You're Lake.
Lake.
Oh, damn it.
I'm Lake.
All right, what's up,
And
man?
Hi, how you doing?
Lake, I appreciate the Sonic shirt there. It's 25th birthday. Good pick.
Oh, is it?
right.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah, good call. Good call. All right, cool. So we've got Lake in there, and we've got Burner, and we've got Shadowed. So we're waiting for Wenchkin and Demiser, and then we will get underway. Are we going to add the crazy guitar guy? All right, good night. See you, Hillness. The crazy guitar guy. Which one's? Oh, you mean the loot gnome? Yeah. No, the loot gnome is a feature of the Infinity and Beyond campaign. But if you want to know more about that, you can check out Horde of the Dragon Queen on Saturday. But yes.
And Tuesday.
And Tuesday, yes. I'm telling you, it's going to be all D&D all the time. This is the first of like 4 consecutive sessions on D&D, which is, hey, it's my favorite game, so I can...
Because there's this with viewers tonight, Infinity and Beyond on Saturday, Infinity and Beyond on Tuesday, and then GOG one on next Thursday?
No, it's GOG on Tuesday during Pen and Pixels, and then that night is Infinity and Beyond. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And then we got the R Vocalist rounding out the week with Aviary Attorney.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Good stuff. Okay, our next person is adding.
I think.
Yep, and this has got to be Wenchkin, because it sure as hell ain't Demiser. Because I know it looks. Wenchkin, is that you?
How you doing?
Hey, very good, very good. Can
Hello.
you hear everybody? Everyone, sound check, sound check.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
All right, everybody's in. Welcome. And so Wenchkin, this is a good name to call you? Like Wenchkin you're good with being called that under general terms? I mean, I'll call...
Yeah, Wenchkin's fine.
Okay, our Wench is fine. All right. I'll refer to you by your character name, of course, many times. But all right, and so now we just have to Demiser. Sorry for the delay. I'm rooting my new Kindle real quick. What do you mean real quick, Demiser? Really? I'm rooting my new Kindle. Is this a set like procedure? Like you know how to do this, or is this frantic Googling from torrent sites? Because I'd like to know. All right. Well, I'm going to start capturing some video and make sure we get that going. So let's move over to.
Well, Arv, it could be worse. It could be Xano. It could be Xanos having issues.
Yes, that's true. I actually have not seen Xanos for a while. I wonder.
Neither have I.
I hope everything is okay with him, but I have not seen or talked to him for a while. Okay. So let's switch up with that. Okay. We are going to move. Let's see this one. And so let's see. So we've got, what did I say here? Cassius Corlin.
And Arv continues to pronounce the name wrong.
Really? Am I? Am I really?
It's Cassius.
Cassius. Cassius.
You know, you would think the English teacher would know how to pronounce words. You'd think.
Cassius.
Listen, names are hard, okay?
Hey, I mean, Cassius would be perfectly, legitimate in some places. If I were in ancient Rome, I'd be good to go. Does Xanos look like a regular person in real life? Yeah, he looks like a regular person. He's, he's a regular Xanos person, right? Mention boobs, because Xanos should appear, if I recall correctly. That's true. If I say boobs right now, like thousands of miles away, he's like running through walls to reach a computer. I should play the critical hit song when a player gets a critical hit. I have actually thought about the possibility of adding that in, actually, as a mix of some kind. Okay. So
Yeah, but Arv, that would require us to have a luck of series runner over here.
Right.
Which is magical.
Right. You speak the truth.
Or Eno with his magical omega giblet everything in half.
Exactly. All right, so we've got Cassius Corlin.
No dragon spirit. That's mean.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah, good to see you, Fifth. Sleep well, man. They don't need to remember easy things like spelling and grammar. Pshaw. Right, I just use my hordes of graduate assistants to do that for me. You conjugate this infinitive for me, and then feed me grapes. That's the way it goes. All right, sounds good. Night, Mano. Okay,
Hey,
let's
Mano.
see. So we've got Cassius. Cassius.
AI mix I.
Yeah.
And you know what I
See, to
just
me, I
realized?
swear that looks like Cassius. This look Cassius or something like that.
Well,
Like,
see,
it
right. I could have done that,
Do.
All right, so Shadow's webcam. While I'm doing this, how's it going over there, Demiser? Have you reached 20% of your Kindle rooting? Are you even capable of knowing what that is at this point? Because you can't actually see it because you're watching. Who watches Twitch on Kindle? Is that even a thing? Can you even do that?
If you have a Kindle Fire or a Kindle HD, you can.
Is it
you download the Twitch app?
Yeah, there is an app. Okay.
You can watch it on iPad.
Kindle,
I watch it on my Android phone all the time.
Oh, yes, so do I. So do I, but just not a Kindle.
Kindle
wasn't,
the Kindle Fire series was on a modified Android OS. So.
Okay. Interesting. I had this image of I don't know, something about potatoes, something. All right, let's see. We got that in there. I'm going to drop you down below.
That's because Lego. That's because the Paperwhite is just for reading ebooks. The Kindle that Demiser I think is talking about is Kindle Fire, the tablet form of Kindle.
I never sent you the link. I did send you the link, Demiser. Yeah, you should check your other folder. I think I've got Discord running. My Kindle is making funny noises, but I'm sure it's fine. You're literally going to kindle a fire. You're going to kindle an actual fire is what's going to happen here. All right.
Hey, if you kindle the fire, that means it gets more SS fast, right?
Yes, that's true. Yeah, right, exactly. And then he can praise the sun, right? I have a feeling you do not be praising the sun, though. Okay, so let's see. The other thing I have to give you guys are your character sheets. Now, Shadow, you probably still have access to yours, I'm guessing.
If
not, I can resend it.
Might have to dig through my history, but let's check here.
Yeah, you might want to just send it to all of us. Just kind of expedite that a little.
All right. So let's send these links to everybody.
Oh, that reminds me. I think the last time I was right. I moved since the last time I did the D&D cast. That's right.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. So, what I'm trying to remember is all the people that we had. We had a Dwarven Cleric, an Elven Wizard, a Halfling Rogue, a Human Fighter, Lawful Neutral, and a Human Fighter Neutral Good. Is Cassius the Neutral Good or the Lawful Neutral? Do you remember, Shadow?
I thought it was the neutral good one, but I might be wrong.
You're asking me to remember something from months ago?
Wait. I think I got it.
There's Demiser. Popping in.
Looks like
Changes on a day-to-day
starter
basis.
set characters V2 Human Fighter LN.
LN, okay, good. So that's LN, so that means... All right.
And there's Demiser.
And there's Demiser. What's up, Demiser? Can you hear us? He's giving us either a very disapproving, stunned look, or his Kindle is not working.
Can you hear us? Can you see me? Oh, Gilderoy Lockhart, please, just no.
Jolly cooperation, exactly, Lixon. All right, so what we have left then, and I'll let you guys choose who you want. If you've played a character before, like Shadow has, we're going to stick with him. So he's got the neutral good fighter. However, I still have left a Dwarven Cleric, an Elven Wizard, a Halfling Rogue, and the other human fighter. So does anyone have a particular preference that they'd really love to play?
Sorry, that's the...
Cleric, unless anybody has an objection. Anyone have an objection or no?
I just want to correct you. I am the lawful neutral.
Oh, I'm sorry, the lawful neutral character. Okay, so we have a neutral good character left over. Okay. Dwarven Cleric. All right. I'm going to send you a link then. Well, I wonder if I can do this through appear.in. I don't actually remember if I can.
I think you can, because I think that's how you sent it to us when we did the campaign I was in before.
It's possible.
I think.
We will see if that's the case. All right, so Dwarven Cleric. I got locked out of my own room when I tried to do that. Sigh.
Back? How are
Yes, welcome back. That didn't work. Clearly. That did not work at all. Let's see. I tried to just bring it over and copy it. It's like, so you want me to go to a whole new webpage? I'm like, no, I really don't.
Do you want to mess up every conceivable thing that you can mess up? Well, let me just help you right along with that.
Let me do what I can. Okay, let's see. So I guess
Get
there
all the
is no
stuff
way to
ups
do
out
it.
of the way now.
Yeah, I guess I won't be able to do that. All right, that's fine though. I will instead just use my handy dandy Dropbox. There we go. All right, Dwarven Cleric. And okay, so the first link, that's not the one. Let's try that again.
Let's go to that link, guys. Let's do this.
Oh, okay. Can we please copy the Dropbox link, please? There we go. All right. There it is. That is the Dwarven Cleric. That is the Dwarven Cleric, so you can check in there. Just double check and make sure I have all the names listed right. Good. Yeah, so Wenchkin, you should see that on there now.
I can indeed, thank you.
Okay. Then we've got so you don't need me
son of a...
you don't need me to give you this shout out, or are you good?
Wait, which link?
No, I didn't send you a link yet. Do you need it or not? I can
For
send
the
it to you.
Dropbox? No,
Yeah.
I don't need the character sheet.
All right. Okay.
I have it.
All right. So that leaves us then. We've got an elven wizard, a halfling rogue, and the other human fighter. So burner and knight. What's your pleasure, guys?
I'll take the human fighter just because it seems like it'd be the simplest role.
All right. So I'm going to give you the neutral good one. And here is the link in chat. There it is. And that means by process of elimination that we've got either the elven wizard or the halfling rogue, burner. Oh, we got burner frozen. Burner frozen. Burner is frozen. Oh, there he is. Now he's back. Maybe. Burner, you with me?
Yeah, it keeps
Okay.
cutting out for some reason. I'll
Okay.
go with the wizard.
You'll go with the wizard. Alrighty.
I'll stick with tradition. I'll probably set something on fire.
Well, you're going to be an elf this time, not a dwarf, so totally different, totally different mindset. And okay, so that means Demiser, if he's ever able to get his Kindle to work, is going to be the halfling rogue. So that is what we've got. All right, so I slapped the king with a herring. Okay, Demiser. Let's see, is this even Discord? Wait, what?
No.
No. This is not. This is not Discord. Discord does not have video conferencing. Do you think I would be using anything but Discord if it did have, video? I would love to use Discord video. It doesn't have it yet. So in the meantime, I'm all about that appear.in. I wish I were not. Believe me. It would be-
Darn! I only have a +2 in acrobatics. Damn! I can't jump on a table. Damn.
All right. So I'm gonna capture your guys' video as we're waiting for everyone else to get in. We've got everybody in the larger picture. Like so. Let's reduce that.
Later, Tika. Have a good night.
Night, Takanja. Thanks for stopping by, man. Discord does not have video. No, Lixon. Not yet.
Not yet. It's supposed to come in the next couple months.
It's supposed to be on the way, which is going to be awesome. All right. Now, let's see. Let us add in. Let's get Wenchkins up there. Okay. And Wenchkin is playing the Dwarven Cleric. And let's see. We gotta put it in. All right. Now, and I'll give you the name of the cleric in just a minute, Wenchkin, because I don't recall off the top of my head, but I'll figure it out in a minute. What the figure is? Stumpy. His name is Mini Heel. No. His name is Mini.
So I love how the elven wizard does not have has -1 in charisma. Yeah.
I mean, I think everybody loves elves. I think we can all agree that elves are
Elves are
beloved.
fantastic under heels.
That's right. They're beloved, and people just really appreciate them and care about them deeply. Alrighty. So there's that. Let's get that down below. Get under my overlay, please. There we go. Almost. There we go.
Hi, Rob.
And we're going to change that name out. Go on without me. My Kindle just caught on fire.
Hey,
Deviser, I swear to God. I always want to get Deviser in a game, and always something happens. Jesus Christ. You know, Demiser, I don't even...
Mind if I have a suggestion? If Rob is available, we could bring him in for a fifth.
That's true, actually. Hi, disembodied voice. Yes. Hey, Rob. Rob, are you able to step in for an impromptu D&D session to take over for a guy who uses potatoes for internet? Is that possible? I love how that was just going to be an easy thing, too. He's like, oh, I'm just going to root my Kindle. I'm going to install Discord. It'll totally work. Like, what could go wrong? For the love of God, man. I swear. Oh, don't give me the sleepy face. No, Resident Evil. No Resident Sleeper. Come on, man. You can do it. Okay, let's see. I think Shadowed, his name was Graelion. Does that sound like the Dwarven Cleric?
Yes.
I believe it was him.
Graelion is an awesome name.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with the names you guys came up with last time. All right, Graelion, there we are. Using potatoes might have been a better option. I just got done with Overwatch. I'm kind of tired.
Rob, come on.
Rob,
Get in here.
come on, Rob. I'm kind of tired from Overwatch.
Rob, you did how long was the D&D session on Arvcon?
You know who's tired of Overwatch? All the people who aren't watching it anymore. Hey-o. I got a long day of Skyrim mod cleaning and casting ahead of me tomorrow.
Oh, come on, Rob.
That is
Not like you sleep anyways.
Peer pressure. Bum, ba, da, bum, bum. Okay. All right. So Graelion is all set. Now I'm going to capture Lake. And for that, we're going to make that over there.
Sparkler, you were not wrong. You were not wrong there.
I love you all. I'm going to sit back and watch. All right. So Rob is crashed out, as they say. Rob puts the W in wuss. I think we can all agree, and that's fine. All right. So okay, there's Lake, who's rather larger than you should be at the moment. We'll just reduce that to a normal size. There we go.
It's because I got my laptop sitting right close to my desk, and it's just I can push it back if it needs to be.
Oh, that's fine.
No.
I meant more that it was it was off like for my thing, not so much you. As who says, author boy? I say, sir. Okay, there's that, and let's drop you there. Perfect, lovely. And we'll just get you a little bit over centered like this away. Lovely. All right, and of course your name is not Samil Adams. And the reason, by the way, in case people are wondering why I don't do this ahead of time, the reason is because I don't know who's playing with me on a viewer session ahead of time. So that's why I don't know. Okay, Lake, you're playing the fighter, right?
Yes, I'm playing the lawful good fighter.
Okay, which I think it's either Philohide or that's Ragus. I'm guessing that's Ragus, I believe, because Philohide I think is the rogue.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, I believe it's Ragus. Look at you and your fancy words. Well, la-di-freaking da, yeah. Okay, so Ragus. Aha, Demiser is making another attempt.
Aha! Attempt number 2. The Kindle's no longer on fire. The Kindle's no longer on fire.
Eyebrows singed and he's back.
A face.
A face. Can we praise the sun?
Is there a voice? Do we need to kindle the bonfire? Anyone have any humanity? Anybody?
He's sort of staring longingly
Movement.
into the...
Oh.
Ah. He said something that now he's froze. Nope. We're at about 0.2 frames a second. There we go. I don't have an audio yet, though.
So we can just add it for him.
What? Praise the fire.
I sort of have it.
Ah.
Praise the fire.
That was moderately clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that works, actually. Can you hear us, Demiser?
I can hear you, but we being out.
I got a lot of robot voice. I got a lot of Mr.
Yeah.
Destructoid.
Holy sound.
Yeah, I mean you know, like it's Your video actually looks better than the sound is at the moment. So yeah, tell Demise we should move to Kansas City or Seattle for the quality internet. He should move anywhere for quality internet. Okay, anywhere. I don't know where. Wherever he lives, the internet has not arrived. Okay, not as we understand it. He's at a 5200 baud modem, is what he's doing.
So he's in Australia?
I was just about to say, he's in Australia with me.
That's right. Wenchkin, are you in Australia?
I am indeed.
Ah, very cool. Though I had another person. I think it was Silent Faith, who's from Australia. Last time. So and Saad, of course, our good friend Saad is from Australia. So a lot of
there is one or two of us around.
Yeah. No, there's a few of you guys. You guys are the former. You guys are the member of the former UK colony that has not decided to abandon the European Union in its time of need. You already left, so you know.
Well, see, we're the thieves, murderers, and otherwise bad people that, in their wisdom, they decided to send us away from a cold, miserable hole and give us wonderful beaches and sunshine.
Yep,
that's punishment.
And every animal that wants to kill you.
That's true.
Oh, that's just a side effect, but they only want tourists because they realise that Australians born in this area are hardened, and we don't taste as nice as soft tourists.
Yes, I've heard all of it. It is amazing that everything in Australia apparently is designed to kill you, including the absolutely they exist drop bears.
Yes.
You hope I'm excited for going to Kansas City where they have Google Fiber, which makes a cast in our box very likely. Yes, for sure. That is definitely true, Lego. That is for sure. Okay, so now, Demiser, has things stabilized? Can you hear us at all?
At the same time watching you guys, my robot or what?
You are roboting on and off.
I heard the or what.
I heard roboty or what. I see. It's sort of there.
McSauce.
Yeah, it's too. I'm like, can you diminish all internet access to your house except yours? Can you like prioritize? Can you cut off the phone? Like whatever else is necessary.
And there he goes.
And his answer is peace.
Just got to disconnect the neighbor.
Fair enough, Div. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. It's not my internet; it's my computer. Aren't you using a Kindle? You're using a computer. Aren't you using a Kindle, or am I out of my mind?
His Kindle caught
No,
fire.
the Kindle caught on fire.
Okay, so this is just his computer now. Okay. What if I pressed this button? All right. Okay, and then let me capture.
Put Vegemite behind your ears.
Well,
Gets rid of drip ears.
Rob, you already missed it. Arv tried to send a link in Appear and left the call. So we already closed the call.
I did. I tried to drag and drop, and it was like, really? So you mean just leave? And I was like, all right, if you say so. And that's what happened. It's not a good time. It's definitely not a good time.
I think that message from Demiser in the Twitch chat means he's giving up.
What was it?
Summon the Rohirrim because Gondor
Is
ain't
Condor
coming.
ain't coming? Oh, Demiser. I totally want to get you on one of these casts, Demiser. You just need to freaking join the rest of the 21st century. I don't understand.
Well, to be fair, we tried to get to Rohirrim, but Rob didn't come, so we have nobody.
That's actually, you know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. Gondor freaking sounded the trumpets, and this is freaking Rob the whole time. He's like, where was Gondor when I had the chance to be? Where was Gondor when they? No, we will not come. And then instead of the dramatic, like, hold the line and then the cavalry charge, instead we just get him being like, no, suck it, Gondor. That was basically it, Rob. You just told Gondor to suck it. So I hope you are happy that Minas Tirith will fall as a direct result of your failure to arrive. You don't even get to be Theoden, man. I enjoy the buzzing modem noise. Never want to use the internet. That's clear. I mean, that's in evidence, I think. Okay, and then we've got Trendane's text. So let me change that around.
Funny thing, in my work, I actually have had to have been using a dial-up modem the last few days to connect to a remote site in California and download files over the dial-up connection.
Wow, that is old school.
Dang.
That's that lovely, lovely modem sound.
Because I don't have my light on, Rob. My light is too bright. You guys be blinded. I don't want to.
Is he coveting a ring of some note? Why is Backburner casting from Gollum's cave? That is a good point.
If I turned on my light, you guys would be blind because it's a very bright light and doesn't have a cover on it yet. So
Oh, thanks, Glip. That's awesome, man. I appreciate
I don't
it.
want to blind you guys.
That's true, Miranda. Next time I have to specify that I need audio that's actually functional. It's just I don't need Mr. Destructoid. That's all we've got. All right, so I've got my 4, and I'll run with the 4 if I need to, but just a last check. Rob, I can't convince you, huh? No getting on, huh? No getting on. And the same thing with Demiser? No chance for Demiser's Kindle or anything else. I'm just checking.
Like, maybe Demiser's internet would work better if you didn't use the webcam?
Yes. That's actually a good point. Although we'd love to see your smiling face, I would accept your voice only, Demiser. That is a good point.
Div, Rob's not gonna go in.
No,
we tried.
Rob turned
tired.
his back on Gondor,
He's
so
washed up,
it's fine.
crashed, defeated by Overwatch.
I'll keep working on it, but don't hold your breath. I'm too busy banging rocks together.
Do an
All
MS
right.
smiley face for your video.
Man, I see how it is. Alrighty. Well, in that case, I will just get rid of Gromnir Grumblehammer. And let's get rid of that. Like that. Okay. I'm getting a little bit of feedback, by the way, from someone. Not feedback, but just like some static. So just be careful. I'm not sure if that's yours, Lake, or somebody, but I'm just... yeah, I'm just letting you know. It's not a big deal, but I'm just letting you know. Okay, Rob successfully rolls his saving throw versus Guilt Trip. In fairness, Rob is going to be doing a lot on this channel over the next couple of days because he's going to be doing 2 D&D sessions and an Our Vocalist session. But still, whatever, man. Still, ministerial.
Oh
man.
yeah,
Yeah.
of course, Rob. We're gonna be seeing more of you soon on a channel that isn't yours. Hey yo.
Oh, wow. Shots fired. Okay. So, all right. I think we are good to go. Let me just make sure we got that going. Ultimate center area. Ultimate dice rolling area. Why is that? It's a little odd. Why is that out of? Oh, I know why. Because I have the center area. That's why. Let's get rid of that. And that. There we go. All better. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you guys the link to get into the Roll20 app. Now, just so you know, when you get into the Roll20 app, please make sure to mute everything in the Roll20 app related to video, audio, everything, okay? You just want to be able to have your names in there. That's basically
Div, that's me. Hi, Div. Hi.
So, let's get rid of the alternate dice roller for just a minute. That. All right, and I am going to send you guys a link in chat, in appear.in chat. And there it is. You guys can click on that and head over there. Okay. Perfect. I have played D&D online. Yes. Yes, I have. I didn't play a lot of it because I found it frustrating to go into a dungeon and be like, hey, and then the people I played with is like, all right, just stay here. And then they're like opening doors, killing monsters. I just hear random screaming. And then all of a sudden it's like XP just pours and they're like, there you go. I'm like, thanks. I feel like I've enjoyed and experienced an adventure today. I
handled everything.
I don't, yeah. It was not so good. Okay.
I'll be there in a second.
All right, sounds good. I see Shadowed Mage is in. Wenchkin is in. We just got 2 more. And then what we'll do is I will give you guys a basic about the sort of where we are now, and then let you guys decide where you want to head next. I'll also give you guys access to these figures that you see on your screen. This is the previously fought battle with the
demon goats
and the demon goats. Yes, only Cassius remembers this, honestly, but everyone else is just sort of like, demon goats. Where did those come from? But we will talk more about that.
Demon goats were funny.
They were good times. The demon goats. Okay.
1 second
And
here.
now we've got just got 2 more people to get in.
Okay.
We need Burner and we need Lake.
1 second.
Hey, Cloud Kingdom. Hey, again, as you guys will know when you see the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook overlays, Cloud Kingdom did 3 overlays for me, and they are awesome. They're really, really cool, so I really appreciate that. Thank you, Cloud. Thanks, dude.
Now where do I go to mute everything again? Shit.
Hi, Blackberry.
You should have saved your settings from last time.
Cooking with Kano.
Oh,
These goats
okay, then
need
never
Jesus.
mind.
Yes, I will introduce everybody in just a moment. I'll introduce everyone in just a moment. Oh my God, $241. I've heard good things about Fantasy Grounds. The problem is that I actually now own a subscription to Roll20 because it's just so useful. It just works, and I just like things that just work. It does everything that I want it to do, and it's
Wasn't this the
very
website
flexible.
that gave you trouble with your audio quality for the longest time?
What's that? What do you mean?
Because you kept having this thing where like it kept changing its
Oh,
setting in
yes.
your audio.
Yeah, you know what, though? You know what did it, though? It was this awesome program, which I recommend to everybody, and if they want to sponsor me, go ahead. Volume Lock. Volume Lock is an amazing small little program that locks your volume, and nothing screws with it anymore. Nothing. I am so happy with Volume Lock. Also fixes balance, which reminds me, I'm gonna fix that right now, so it's not coming out of one place. Balance 50, 50, 50, 50. Yeah. No, this has been like amazing. Like really, really has been awesome. I love Volume Lock.
So can I say that I like the artwork? It's very.
Yes, I wish I could take credit for it, but this is actually part of the official. This is the official artwork. So I hope everyone understands. All right, we've got our 4 folks in, so everyone is there. Everybody is muted. Everybody sounds good, and I think we are good to go. Working from left to right on your radio, as they used to say, left to right on your screen, gentle viewers, you will see, first of all, Backburner, who is playing the role of Wal Repek, the elven wizard, right? Not wizard, not sorcerer, I believe. Or is it sorcerer?
Wizard 1, yeah.
Okay. Then right next to him, we have the Honorable Lake Plantain, a.k.a. Night Lake, a.k.a. Ragus, who is playing a neutral good fighter, human fighter. Next to him, all the way from down under, we have Wenchkin playing Graelion,
Greetings.
the dwarven cleric. And next to him, we have our good friend Shadowed Mage, super awesome mod. Backburner, also super awesome mod, by the way. Shadowed Mage, super awesome mod, playing Cassius Corlin, and making his third return appearance on D&D with viewers. So there we are, chat.
Third appearance, second return appearance.
Second return appearance, right. Third appearance overall, but second return appearance. All right. So, gentlemen, here's where things stand with you guys. You were a group of adventurers who found yourself traveling together, heading towards the city of Hillsfar. And Hillsfar is an area which, and I think I may even have the map here, but let's make sure if I do. Do I have a map? Yes, I do. So let's bring the players over there, too. Come with me, players. There we go. This is... Why don't you close? Why don't you close? There we go. So, this is the Moon Sea, the area of the Forgotten Realms, and is somewhat sort of north-central, I guess you might say, of the Sword Coast. This area in the middle here, the Moon Sea, is known for being an area of a great deal of adventure, of excitement, and also for having several places of some particular danger to adventurers. One of them is Zentil Keep. The Zentarem are sort of not the people that you want to mess with. Yulash has its own issues. And then you've got Hillsfar down here. Now, the thing about Hillsfar is that for a long time, Hillsfar was basically a center of trade and commerce, and more or less didn't get in anyone else's way as long as they didn't cost Hillsfar any money. But of late, they have had their security forces have been taken over by a group of mercenaries known as the Red Plumes. The Red Plumes are well known for being arrogant. They're well known for being obnoxious to people that they don't care for. And they're well known for being fiercely loyal to the people who pay them, which is the merchants in and around Hillsfar. And since the Red Plumes have come into authority, Hillsfar has been a considerably less nice place to play and hang out and, spend time than it used to be in the old days. However, you guys were on your way to Hillsfar when you ended up encountering a madman who broke from a small group of trees by the side of the road and then literally died at your feet. And sitting on the man's person was a note that he had written, scribbled in some strange script. And let me show you guys what that looks like. This is the handout that you guys received. This is the prophecy that you read, and it read like this. There's a message from this land's new master, but it is hidden fivefold. And basically, it's just so the formatting's a little weird. New master is this sort of different kind of writing underneath the line of writing above it. So there's a line of writing, and then there's a new line of writing which says new master and question mark. Then you see more writing which says the first is at the place where dandelions rise above and cover the people. The virile and the virulent can be one and the same. The hell-tinged one is lost, and several are found. And then right underneath that is a note in the same hand as that which wrote New Master, saying Farbo Farms, it must be. Now that's the place that you guys went first. You went there first. You found some demon goats. You found some demon creatures that you had to defeat. And it was clear to you that there was something seriously wrong with this particular place. And I should also mention, by the way, that I believe it's, what did I say, Fizzo or Fizzish or Fizzip, who is not actually joining us today. But anyway, he is actually from, the Halfling Rogue was from this area, and he was able to ascertain that there was something very, very wrong with this place. However, you defeated the demon goats, but clearly you should not be having goats give birth with 2 heads. Something is very wrong, and so this is proof that there's something going on that's a part of this prophecy. Then below that, we've got the second place, the second part of the message, runs red with the blood of roots, where an heiress lies and hides her pain in long wooden boxes. She hides more than that, though, but only to keep what is hers. And then underneath that, you see this note that says, beets, good root, perhaps. Then the third, the spring of blessed life, where the haunters protect and the protectors haunt. The water runs on, of course, and must be freed for all. Underneath it, the note says, the spring of blessed life, rumored to be haunted. The fourth holds the great thundering beasts, but the beasts are gone to give way to a greater thundering beast with death in its eyes. They awaited a place of ancient elven evil. Underneath that, Rotha's undead. And then finally, the fifth lies where the ancients lie, beneath night's marble, forgotten but not gone. The lost wealth of a forgotten time pays terrible dividends now. A temple of Joaquin, definitely not Timora. So that's the handout that you guys have. And the question now is what you want to do, because you've started out, went to the farms, found the demon goats. So you've got 4 other parts of this message, or 4 bits of information that you need to gather. And the question is where you guys want to go next to make that happen. So what say you?
I'm Batman.
What say you that's relevant?
Well, that's a fantastic start.
Yeah, that's great. No, what do you guys want to do? This is your chance to sort of talk amongst yourselves about what ought to happen next.
There we go.
Onwards to the next clue on the handout.
Sounds like a plan to me. The more I can learn, the better for my tome.
I'm willing to go where everyone else is.
Well, there's
Do
no
we
point
actually
arguing
know
now.
where the location is for the next clue?
It's a good
I'm
question.
pretty sure it's written on the note.
Right, so they're talking
Great.
about, so
Farbo.
Goodroot, you actually know about a place called the Goodroot Farm. This is a place which is famous for its prodigious beet crop. I'm not making that up. These people know beets, and I don't mean beets like fat beets. Those are also awesome, but I'm talking about, as in PHA, but I'm talking about beets, B-E-E-T-S, and you know of a place called Goodroot Farm. If this is referring to the same thing, then you're good to go, but that's what that means. Presumably.
Sounds like a good place to need to start.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's a good enough place to me.
So what I'm going to do then is, you guys, after leaving behind Farbo Farms, and again having accepted the thanks and the gratitude of the farm for having solved their demon goat problem, as it were, you guys head off. Now, one of the interesting things about this prophecy is that a lot of these places, although they're mostly outside of Hillsfar, are fairly close together. So it actually only takes you guys a couple of hours to be able to make your way to the farm. You actually get on to some sturdy ponies, which sort of, jingle merrily down the lane, as it were, as you guys are going there. And everything seems to be fine as you approach the farm. The Madwern's words spoke of the Goodroots. The fields surrounding this farm teem with laborers, mostly non-humans, picking beets. Some of the beets you see being harvested are twice as large as a halfling's head, which is saying something. On the porch of the farmhouse, 4 human soldiers dressed in red cloaks, chain shirts, and helmets with red feathers decorating them surround a half-elven girl. She is definitely not an adult, but she nonetheless stands defiantly with hands on her hips, giving the 4 humans a piece of her mind, despite their spears and shields. You're still kind of a little bit too far away to hear what they're saying, but you can see them, on the porch as you approach.
Anybody got any ideas?
Well, if we're not close enough to hear him, we should at least get, somewhat closer, see if we can't make out what they're saying.
Is that what you guys are going to do?
Maybe I could exploit my noble status and swagger up and say, "Ahoy! What is going on here?"
Okay. You can certainly do that if you want. You'd have to swing out of the horse to do so. I also like that you start with ahoy.
I'll do it. On the
I was just gonna say. So this chair be too high, says I. Okay. So
I'm
as
Batman
you approach, now what are the rest of you doing? So Cassius is going to walk up, swagger up, as he says. Walrapek and Ragus and Graelion, what are the rest of you doing? Are you staying on your horses, or what are you doing?
I want to get onto solid ground.
Oh, sorry, say again, Graelion?
I would like to get onto solid ground, please.
Okay. All right, so you're going to drop down onto the ground. What about Walrapek and Ragus?
Yeah, I'm going to dismount my horse, and I'm not going to follow him up, but I'm going to close the distance to where I can actually be part of the conversation.
Okay, fair enough. And what about you, Walrapek?
I'm going to sit on my horse and memorize some of my spells.
Okay, so you're going to remain placed. Okay, as you guys approach, go ahead, Shadow. What's up?
Can we assume that we're at like full health and everything?
Yes. I should say that what you see on your sheets is what you have. So you are at full health. You were at a chance to rest at the farm, at the last farm before you got to this farm. A lot of farms. So yes, you are at full health.
Okay.
The girl finishes speaking as you approach. The leader of the human guard spits out a blunt warning. You tell your parents that they've been legally ordered to have 8 barrels of dye ready for us by sunrise tomorrow. If the shipment is not ready, the First Lords demanded that the Red Plumes take possession of the farm due to this here breach of contract. With that, the 4 guards turn on their heel and leave the porch and practically run you over as they do so, Cassius. So you're swaggering up, you're about to do the ahoy, and they just like walk past you. Like they're not, they just like, flounce away essentially.
Oi, watch where you're walking.
Get out of the way, you. Our business ain't with you anyway.
Grumble.
So they continue to leave. Oh, I misread that, Uncle Elias. It said vote to leave. And I'm like, yes, they did vote to. I'm like, oh, no, you mean that. Oh, yes, you mean that. Yeah, all right. Well, vote to leave declared by the BBC. Wow. That's, I can't wait to see what the stock markets do with that one tomorrow. That should be interesting. Anyway, all right. So the 4 of them depart. As they walk past, they sort of they cast sideways glances at all of you as they're walking by. Walrapek, they pass you. One of them sort of looks up at you and then kind of shakes his head, and you hear him mutter something. And what I'd like you to do, Walrapek, is make a perception check for me. And have you used Roll20 before? Burner, have we talked about that?
Yeah, we used it last time, didn't we?
That's right. You played with me, right? So I need you to make a perception check then. So you're going to roll a 20 and then add your perception skill, which should be on your sheet, I believe.
It is perception is 3, so 20 is 3.
All right. Yeah. As he walks away, you hear him mutter under his breath, "You filthy elf," as he's walking away.
I take note of that and write down a quick description of it in my history tome.
Okay. Do you write out the words "filthy elf"?
Yes.
Right.
I carefully write it out.
Dear
Was
diary,
a dirty
today
elf.
someone called
it was
me a
an
filthy
ugly
elf.
elf. Specifically, it was a filthy elf.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speak up and say, he did actually bathe just yesterday.
Yeah, unfortunately, Graelion, you do not hear this. It was only past the horse. But otherwise, I'm sure you would be with him in spirit. Let's see. So he continues on his way out. They continue on their way out, and the girl remains just sort of standing on the porch with her arms folded, sort of staring after them.
Well, seeing as I do not like abuse of power or mean people, I'm going to go up to her and say, "Miss, it seems that you might be in some kind of trouble. Is there anything that we adventurers could help you with?"
And she looks at you and she says, no, I'm sure everything is just fine here. I don't have any problems, so unless you have anything important to say, maybe you just better head off. I mean, my parents aren't here right now, so I don't really have anything to say to any of you.
I'm going to kind of I'll make a pained expression on my face and kind of plead with her and kind of try and persuade her that all we really want to do is help.
Well, you could talk to my parents about it, but they're visiting relatives in Daggerdale right now, and they're gonna be back soon, I'm sure. So it's fine. And Cassius, I'd like you to make an insight check for me, please.
Sure.
Exactly, Jedi. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. How are you?
I know, right? That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yep. Stupid conversation anyway. Luke, we got company. Okay. Yeah. It does not take a great role to determine that she's clearly lying. Now, it's not clear what part of it is a lie, but she clearly is lying about something. And she looks very nervous to you.
Her parents aren't Daggerfall at all.
I'm not very good at role-playing this charismatic part. I really wish I could have a better idea of what I would need to say to persuade her to open up.
By the way, have the
I
rest
can
of
always
you
set a house on fire.
have the rest of you yes, that's always an option. Have the rest of you, by the way, Ragus and Grelian, you were trailing Cassius, I believe. So at this point, you're up close enough where you could also take part if you wanted in the conversation or not. While Repek, I'm assuming you're still writing down furiously that someone called you a dirty elf on your book.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
So,
yeah, so you guys can
what are
join
your
in if you
parents
like.
doing in Daggerdale, rather?
They're just getting some goods for the farm. Hay. And you sort of, you look around and you notice that there's just like, there's lots of beets and there's a barn nearby and it like, there's like practically hay like falling out of the top. I mean, there's just, the whole thing is hay. Like, they put a bunch of hay and then put a building on top of it, basically.
It's a lot of
Listen,
hay.
you don't have to lie to us. We're passing through. We're looking for some information. We're not here to oppress you or have anything to do with what those folks are that just left. You can open up to us. We're not going to hurt you or do anything of that nature.
And she completely breaks down, just starts sobbing. A couple of the laborers kind of look up and look over and then return to their work. And she's just disconsolate, sobs for a moment, looking broken and lost. And she says, she's sort of just sobbing. And she looks up and there's for a moment, like a look of hope, you might almost say, kind of plays across her face. Perhaps you're the answer to my prayers. Does Shantea work in such a manner? And she looks past you out into the fields where the beet harvesting continues unabated. And she says, if you follow me, maybe we can help each other. And so she turns and she enters the farmhouse behind her, leaving the door open.
Follow.
Follow along.
Okay. All right. So all of you are following. Walrapek, are you also following?
Yeah, I want to
yeah.
motion to him to come with us. And before I go in, I want to take a quick look around. The people working the fields and the farms, are they also elves, or is it more of a variety of people?
It is a variety, and one of the things about Hillsfar is that part of the sort of rise of the Red Plumes related to a basic racism about who was being allowed to go enter Hillsfar. There is a big anti-non-human movement, basically. And so it's interesting to you that this farm seems to employ a number of them. You note some gnomes and some halflings, certainly a couple that look like they might be of at least half elvish blood, and perhaps even a half orc or two. So this is a pretty diverse, pretty diverse farm from what you can tell.
All right.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the rest of you...
I get off.
Sure, go
I
ahead.
get off my pony and I head inside the house with them.
Okay. All right. So all of you follow along with her, and as she walks in, she says, my name is Constance. Please follow me. So Constance lights a lantern, and she leads you down into the huge cellar beneath the farmhouse, which looks to you to hold preserved food and equipment for... equipment for farming and making dye, and then these casks full of substances used in those endeavors. She walks to a corner of the cellar to a pair of long wooden boxes. She hesitates and levels a serious gaze at you all. I'm sorry, she says, and she opens the box if the DM doesn't choke first. Man. Excuse me. She says, I'm sorry, and she opens the box. In the box are 2 half-elven bodies wrapped in tarps. They look peaceful, except their faces wear unsightly growths that are bulging beneath the skin, and in some places breaking through in these horrible purple ulcers. I know this looks terrible, but it's not what you think. I found them in this condition. I hid them because they told me to. You see, I'm not currently old enough to inherit the farm from them. And if the authorities learn they're dead, Hillsfar will seize the farm and turn me out. They've been looking for any excuse to get the farm from us because, well, we were the only ones around here who employed people that aren't human. And Hillsfar's been waiting to get the farm ever since. If I can hide their deaths for just a few months, I'll be old enough to inherit the farm. She bites her lip. There's something else. Leading you to another door in the cellar, Constance removes a sturdy oaken bar. Before she opens the door, she says, When I found my parents down here in the cellar, they weren't alone. He was with them. She opens the door and shines her lantern into a darkened room. The room contains empty casks and barrels pushed to the walls. And in the far corner, slumped against the far wall, is a drow elf. The grotesque growths cover his face and arms just as Constance's parents. He is still alive, but his breathing is weak.
Is it safe to assume that we've kind of all made the connection that, this is what the hint on our handout was referring to? Like, she is the heiress, hiding her pain in long wooden boxes.
I assume it's a question for you guys, not me, right?
Sure. Just gonna ask.
I think you meant. I think Shadow meant as a question to you that we all came to the assumption that it's the same thing on the note. I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, that seems like a possibly fair assumption.
Okay.
And she sort of looks at you, kind of holding the lantern out, as if waiting for you to decide what you're going to do with all this mess.
I turn to her and I ask, how much contact have you had with these people who had these sores on them?
Well, not a whole lot of them. Honestly, I wasn't even here when this all happened. I had been out for a day or so on trying to get some things for my parents. They had asked me to bring some things back, mostly some cloths and things like that to try for our dyes that we make. And then when I got back, I found my parents like this, and they were almost gone already, and they told me to hide them so that I could inherit the farm from them. And then she kind of starts crying again. And then when she finally recovers, she's like, and I don't know who that other one is, but he doesn't do, I don't know what he is, but I never saw him before I came across them. But when I found them, he was there and he was unconscious, alive, but unconscious. He couldn't speak.
So you don't know anything about him?
No, only that I'd never seen him before.
Arv, I want to go over to the drow elf and inspect him a bit.
Okay. All right, you can do that. What do you want to do in the investigation? He's unconscious, and when you get over there, you can see that he's seen better days, and he's obviously suffering from the same disease. So, what are you going to try to do?
I'd just like to say I grab Walter Peck's arm as he's about to walk over and whisper in his ears, "Baby, don't touch him."
I don't plan to. I want to inspect with what I can see without touching the body to see if there's any puncture wounds or anything amiss with the skin.
Okay, make a perception check for me, please.
You got it. There's the button.
Okay. You don't see any obvious puncture wounds. Your guess is that the same thing that's causing his unconsciousness is the same affliction that seems to be affecting them. If you want, because you're taking a look at it, I'll let you make a wisdom check. If you have nature, you can actually add that skill. But I'll let you make a wisdom check as well to see if you can recognize what the heck this thing is that seems to be overtaking their body.
So add wisdom and nature together?
No. So if you have nature, that's the skill that you would use, because nature usually, if it normally means if it's proficient. Is it proficient? Do you have it checked off as a nature skill or not?
No, it's white.
Okay, so that means that you just would be doing a straight wisdom. You to use it, you'd have to have it checked off. Then you could add your proficiency bonus, basically. But without that, you're just making a straight wisdom check.
What about medicine?
Okay.
Medicine would also be a possibility, but it would be if you were trying to do something to recover, like get the drow basically awake. You could try doing that if you like.
Well, if once he's finished examining, sort of, yeah.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, Wallerpeck, then.
Which one? The medicine check or the?
No, this would be a straight. I'm assuming you're just doing a straight wisdom. So you're just going to do a wisdom check, which basically just means you're going to roll a 20 and add your wisdom bonus, just sort of flat by itself. If you have any wisdom bonus.
I have it's the same bonus.
Okay, so you're like, guys, definitely this person is sick. I've seen healthy people. This person is not healthy. There's definitely sickness. I see some sores on. This person is not well. He's not even conscious. Look. So Constance kind of gives you this sort of strange, like, what? Sort of look.
Being that we've got an elf here and there's an elf there, can I make a medicine check and try and bring him around?
You can. Now, to do that, I want to mention one thing. First of all, I should mention, too, that the drow has got some kind of a coat on, like a sort of a longish coat, and then some basic leather armor, but he's got a long coat over it. And so I just wanted to point out that he's worn it. The coat is open, but you need to,
should probably relieve him of that then.
And to try to wake him up, you will need to touch him. I'm only letting you know because Cassius brought this up as an issue with Wallerpeck, so just letting you know, you won't be able to do some magic from a distance. You got to get up close and personal.
I don't suppose anybody has any gloves they could give him if he doesn't have any.
Could glove myself with the power of my faith.
I have a pen and 10 sheets of paper. It's amazing.
Well, we'll just have to open the
Wake up.
All right, so you're going to try to wake up using the... are you doing the medicine thing to try to awake him? Or are you doing
let's remove his cloak first.
Okay.
Just in case he dies, then his area might wake up with amnesia and we can keep the cloak.
Okay. What I'm going to ask you to do is to make an investigation check for me, which is going to be based on intelligence, but you might have investigation as a separate skill.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, so just a straight intelligence check then.
Just like me, I had an investigation checked.
Unlike Ryuvi Shadowed, his skin is not, in fact, multicolored. Okay. Yeah, so inside, he's got an inside coat pocket. And inside the coat pocket, you find a rolled-up piece of parchment. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be a lot on this guy. No pouches of gold, nothing in particular. You do find a dagger at his waist, but there's nothing else other than the armor, the dagger, and then, as I say, this rolled-up piece of parchment.
Oh, let's have a look at the piece of parchment.
So when you unroll it, it is a parchment which is written in common. And as you read it appears to be a contract between this beet farm and this drow, who, according to this contract, is named Ariz, who resides in the area and was acting as a liaison, at least according to this contract, with an unnamed Svernerplin city in the Underdark. So he was kind of acting as a go-between. And the contract was for an exchange of gold for beets and beet byproducts. So, again, the Goodroot Farm is very well known, as I said, for its beets. It's like the most prominent beet farm in the area. So, given the quality of dyes that you can get from beets, this doesn't seem, it's not surprising that someone would traffic with them. The fact that the Underdark, like some city in the Underdark, wants it that much, that's interesting, because it's not like the Underdark is right around the corner, but it's not surprising from what you can tell that something like this would exist. So this appears to have been somewhat of perhaps a merchant or a messenger of a kind.
Oh, well, in that case, sort of, I suppose, like, if the daughter is going to inherit the farm and want to go ahead and run it, this is something that she should be made aware of.
Okay. All right, so do you want to tell her that then? Because she's standing right behind you.
Yeah, you can turn around and sort of, well, this pertains more to you If you're going to run this place, you've got contracts to fulfill.
And she looks at it and she goes, "Oh my goodness." It's like, "Well, I know that Papa had wanted for a long time to expand the farm and to start serving other places besides Hillsfar. Again, it's been difficult for us. Hillsfar doesn't want to trade with us anymore. They said that we deal too much with non-humans. Maybe he decided that the time had come to look elsewhere, maybe the Underdark, but I don't know. I've always heard bad stories about the Underdark. But Papa must have known. I mean, Papa wouldn't have done anything that would have hurt us. Papa was always trying to help other people." And she sort of looks down sadly at the piece of paper.
Okay, let's go back to trying to wake up the elf.
All right.
Maybe he can shed more light on it.
Okay. So go ahead and make a medicine check since you brought that up before. This is something you ought to be able to. This kind of ought to be in your wheelhouse, I think.
Can I make a note right quick?
Sure.
Maybe you want to try and slide his dagger away from him. We don't know if he's going to wake up in his right mind.
Good call.
You can definitely do that if you like. The dagger is in a sheath at his belt, but it's not locked in there by anything. So if you want, you could remove it and kick it away.
Pass the dagger back.
You note, by the way, as you pass the dagger, that the blade is made of a strange dark metal. It doesn't seem to be glowing or anything like that, but it's definitely not your standard everyday, knives or daggers that you see on, typical city streets.
Well, that's definitely something worth a note.
So you can feel free to make a note of that. While you're doing that, Grelion, go ahead and make that medicine check for me, please.
Can I ask to see the dagger and kind of like closely inspect it?
You may do so by asking Ragus.
Ragus, can I see that dagger?
You're so yeah. So Grelion leans down. He's like, "All right, guys, I got this. First of all," and you reach down and accidentally punch him in the face. She's like, "Oh," and you're like, he doesn't seem to be responding to your ministrations.
Weak-willed elves. That's how you wake a dwarf up. Let that be known. Probably need
Somebody with a more delicate hand wants to try their hand at it.
Again, Constance sort of looks confused at all of you for a moment.
Arv, I have to say that reminds me of Fuma kissing the
headbutting. What's her face, Mama Booga? Yeah. Oh my God. Foom decided that he was going to engage in diplomacy, so he did so he thought it would be clever if he headbutted the head of this sect of orcs in a swamp, and hilarity ensued. There was a battle with a giant crocodile. It was pretty awesome. Okay, so Ragus, are you taking a shot at this? Is that what I meant? Understand by gentle
yeah,
touch?
I'll take a shot at trying to wake him up.
So if you have medicine trained, you can actually use that.
Not.
Okay, so it's straight up wisdom then, as you bend down to this pustulant purple creature.
I can lend you some of my knowledge. He's a soft elf. Don't punch him.
So that's a D20 plus my wisdom, which is a +1.
Okay. Oh, yeah, so you don't really understand what Grelion's problem was. I mean, it was obvious. You just had to, slap here and Vulcan nerve pinch there and, a couple things like this. And
topical.
He comes like, oh. And he sort of looks around, confused, kind of his eyes blinking in the light. And he looks up and he's like, who are you?
We're a group of travelers that were investigating, and this little girl asked for some help. So who are you?
Who am I? I'm no one you need to know about, friend. And he kind of coughs and spits up something undefined. Kind of looks back up. He's like, I'm just a traveler too. I was just a messenger.
Messenger from whom to whom?
I was trying to bring some stuff to my customers. That's all.
We found a note on your person, a fellow elf, about a contract you have with the people of this farm.
And
Can
his
you give us
eyes,
some insight into
as
that?
you say note, his eyes widen and his hand goes down to the, and then he notices that he doesn't have the coat on, and he's kind of and then he stops. He's like, all right, I'm glad to know you overworlders have the good grace to loot before you kill. Fine.
It was him.
Fine. So now you know.
Better sale value.
So now you know. That thing you've got is a perfectly legal contract. It was a contract between me and my... And he sort of, coughs uncontrollably for a few seconds. He's definitely in a bad way.
Can anyone help him? Like, can we stabilize him or anything? Does anybody have anything in medicine that can
I
actually
could try
help with
another
this?
medicine, Ron.
Well, so what you'd want... Yes, you want to punch him a second time. What you could try to do if you want, Grelion, is you could try to determine the nature of what this infection is. So I will give you a chance to do that with a wisdom check. If you've got nature, that would be beneficial as well.
Unfortunately, it's not beneficial, so we
Right.
should just go with
Straight
wisdom.
up wisdom then. Wisdom time.
Don't punch him in the face this time, please.
All right.
Look at that.
Yeah, you are pretty sure you do know about this. It was a strange illness that you came across some reference to in one of your texts when you were studying back in the city of your dwarven roots. This was a disease that was known as dark-born rot. It was a fungal infection that rapidly overtakes the victims. Now, here's the thing. It originates from the Underdark, and as far as you know, it has no natural cure. There's nothing you can really do to stop it. Even lesser restoration doesn't do anything about it. If you had greater restoration, or let's say a wish or something like that, maybe. But other than that, this is a high-grade problem, and this is not something typically that people are able to fight off unless they can fight it off on their own. Many people are
contagious is
naturally
it?
immune to it, but clearly this guy and the two Constance's parents were not.
You said it's a fungal infection. Do we know if it's contracted by touch or not?
Well, so far you don't actually know. Right now you're staring at Grelion as he sort of does his exploration, and then if Grelion wants to sort of like relay all this to you, then we can talk about that.
All right. Well, what we've got here is a fungal infection down to the Underdark. Very bad. No known real cure. The elf can slow it if he takes his boots off and stands bare feet in the pile of water.
And you punch in the face.
No, that was wrong. I'll admit that. I apologise if you're sore. But yes, this does originate from the Underdark, what you are suffering from.
And he says, he kind of looks up at you. He's like, "Well, I guess I figured my time was going to be up sometime. I just didn't know it was going to be now." And he's sort of looking at out. What were you asking me before, Lake? Sorry.
I was asking if I wanted to confirm if it spread by touch or not.
It can be, but it's also spread through by breathing and air. The thing is, though, that it spreads very quickly, and it's pretty likely you would have caught it by now. You know that it's much more likely to affect, or at least Grelion knows, that it's much more likely to affect elvish creatures than it is likely to affect others. Of course, Constance's parents, both half-elven, so it's likely to affect them. It can affect other people, but generally, if you are immune to it, and many people are, this is not something that kills everybody. In fact, it's probably only about 10 or 15% contagious, but if it's contagious, you're in big trouble. From what you can tell, though, none of you, like all of you, would be feeling the effects, and clearly Constance would be.
I was going to say the fact that Constance has looked after, like, put her parents there and everything like that, and she's not affected, then she's fine with it.
Right, that's correct.
Okay.
Well, that's something to be satisfied with, at least.
And he
Yeah,
says,
take on the elf in the party. Thanks for my well-being, guys. Appreciate it.
Take your shoes off, stand into water.
"That's the key." Yeah, exactly. You will die slowly over 1,000 years. Can chat help the traveler's thought from above? You could feel free to jump in and say what you like, Net. They're also free to ignore it. The only thing you can't do is like, like you can't be like, well, I played this adventure and blah blah blah. But other than that, you can certainly feel free to jump in if you like. Yeah, go ahead. Whoever that was, yeah. Lake.
I want to ask him, how long have they had this contract with the owners of the farm?
And he looks up at you and he says, "We've been working on it for months. This was going to be the time when I brought things back. Finally, we were going to get a break. Can't get anything up here with these filthy human..." And he sort of, lapses back, and he says, "The truth is, though, if I've got it and you don't, you're still gonna be dead men. Eventually, they're gonna find out, and they'll send." And then he kind of slumps back, and he seems to have lapsed into unconsciousness. I would like all of the four of you now to make a perception check for me, please.
Perception check.
All right, let's see. What is the
So that's
perception?
D20 plus dexterity, right?
Not dex. No, perception is usually wisdom or intelligence. Should be wisdom, I believe.
Wisdom or intelligence. Okay.
Well, that's a 7 then, because I got a +3 modifier for wisdom.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Oh, Lordy.
All right, you guys are really occupied. Oh, except for Shadow. So Walrepek and Ragus and Graeleon are just like, wow, super fascinating. Cassius, you're like, yeah, drow, like I've seen it all before. And Shadow, you hear a shuffling sound, a strange shuffling sound coming from behind you. And all of a second, without warning, the door of the cellar room slams shut, and the lantern flies from Constance's hands, plunging the room into darkness. Constance shrieks. And with that, I'm going to ask everybody to roll initiative. Three of you are so stunned by what you're looking at that you're like, oh? The only one who is going to be able to act on this turn is going to be Cassius, but I still want everybody to roll initiative. So to roll initiative, by the way, you're going to roll a 20-sided die. You should have an initiative number on your sheet, which you're going to add to it, and then please tell me that number. And while we're on the subject, I need to get us some music going. So let's get some battle music, people.
Here we go, guys. Battle music.
Initiative.
Woo! I got a 7. Yeah. Let's do this.
Cassius! All dead men walking. Yeah, exactly. And you're all
I want to say, if the house is on fire, it's not my fault. On it now. Not my fault. My rolls are not terribly high today.
Okay. Let me just get that over there, and now...
So, how dark is it?
It is pitch dark. If you guys have, if you have dark vision or some way to see in the dark naturally, this will not affect you, or at least not affect you nearly as much.
Woo!
But without that, the rest of you are blind in the dark.
Blind, deaf, and
So
dumb.
I'm
This
blind,
is a fantastic
but-
combination.
Dwarf and
Well,
the
I can see.
It's like, I'm fine.
I got this. I have
got
dark
this.
vision. I'm good.
Leroy.
Might not be able to wake up an elf, but I can see in the dark.
Right. Okay, so let's start with, these are the new initiative rolls. So let's see, let's start with Wall. Let's see, Repek. How many hit points do you have, Wall Repek, by the way?
I have hit points. Where are you? Why can't I never
Always what you
find?
want to hear at the start of an encounter.
I
How
know,
much
right?
health do you have?
I have one.
Armor 8. I have 8 hit points.
All right. And you rolled a 7, huh? All right.
Yes, I got a 7. Magical lucky number 7. 7 Horcruxes. Let's do this. I got this.
Okay, let's see. Lake has got a 12. Lake, what are your hit points at?
I'm at 12.
Why do I keep calling you Lake when I should be calling you by your character? My immersion. I'm telling you, my immersion. Ragus. Ragus, so you have 12. 12 and also a 12 initiative, huh?
Yep.
All right.
It's a sign.
Exactly.
I don't know what a sign of, but it's a
But
sign.
it's a sign of something, yes. Let's see. Okay. Then we've got... I keep minimizing windows that I need to be able to see. All right, Cassius.
Mm-hmm.
You
I
have
have-
got how many hit points?
12.
Also 12. And you have an initiative of 17. Also not surprised. And then last but certainly not least, Graeleon.
I have 11 hit points.
All right. And you've got an 18, which will be very useful when you actually come out of your stunned stupor.
That is correct.
So that will be awesome when that happens. All right.
Arv, I have a question real
Sure.
quick.
What
The room size. Do me and the dwarf know how big the room is at
yes,
the
and in
moment?
fact, now that we're on that subject,
That's why I brought it up.
let me show you the map. That makes
Kind of why I brought it up.
Whooplow.
As long
I'm
as
gonna-
the overworld,
So
as long as the overmap is, man.
everyone
Yeah,
was
the
kind
door.
of. Sorry.
Everyone is stunned but you, Shadowed. We're
Yes.
all like, what just happened?
And
You're
we
the
were
one
all
who's
kind of
got his-
and we were all gathered around the drow in the corner of the room.
Yes. So, give me 1 second here. I'm sorry. I'm trying to bring you guys over. Okay, here go the players right now. There we go.
I wish I could lower the volume of the music.
Oh, I can do that. I can lower it a bit. I mean,
You
if you want me
memorized
to
a wish
lower,
spell? That's
you want me to
awesome.
lower epic music? I mean, I can certainly do that.
Oh, I kind of want to hear my teammates. Kind of helps in combat.
Actually, I should turn it back up then, because that's
The music
very-
muffles the screams.
It's
better.
most amusing, really. Actually. Okay, so let's copy that, and let's move you over here. Let's put down Cassius. Shadow, do you still have control, by the way, over that
Yes.
guy? Okay, you do. All right. Let's see. Then we're gonna have Grailion. Copy. We're gonna move you over here, and I'm gonna give you guys control of your tokens in just a moment. All right. Then we'll go over to here, and Ragus. Every time I see Ragus, I keep thinking Raggy. What row?
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Okay. And
Oh
Walrus.
god.
Okay.
It's kind of funny. Speaking of that, I saw a Facebook post yesterday where it had a bunch of old '90s cartoons. I'm like, where did all the cartoons go? I was like, you have a fair point. You have a fair point.
Make a good point. Okay. So let's see, so Brilliant is there. And now I'm going to just position your guys roughly, and then I will give you guys control. So, assuming direct control. All right, Grailion. Controlled by Grailion. That's helpful. However, what I actually want it to be controlled by is Wenchkin. All right, Wenchkin, you should now have control over Grailion.
Grillion is self-aware.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Ragus, I'm going to give that to Lake. All right, you should now have control over that lake, I believe. And last of all, but certainly not least, Walrapek, played by Lawkeeper last time. And Burner.
Oh, so I'm law at this point? Oh, great.
You were
How
law.
lovely.
Yep. You are the Lawkeeper. Okay. So you guys now have control over your guys. The dwarf and elf should both be okay with the dark. Yes, that is true. The elf and the dwarf will have much less difficulty than the human folks will.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
roughly
what's up?
where was the drow supposed to be?
Yeah, we should be crowded around the drow wherever he was. So if
Correct,
he was
that's
up
right.
the
So
pillar-
basically where I positioned you guys is where the drow roughly was. Like I could bring his body over, but basically if you look at your screen, you'll see the little ping I just gave right there.
Okay.
So that's basically where he was.
Okay.
And
Wait,
Constance,
wait, hold
and
on.
Constance,
Don't
by
trip
the
over
way,
him.
Constance, by the way, is back here next to one of these columns. Oh well,
Wait
I
a
mean,
minute,
at least she was before she lost her lantern.
I have a question.
I thought she was near the
If-
door for some reason.
She can't. No, but she walked in behind you as she
Okay.
came in close because she was the only one who had light. It was the lantern.
If the drow was right here, how is he slumped up against the wall?
Up against a column.
Oh,
So he's
okay.
slumped up against the column. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Let's see. So, sorry, I'm just gathering my info for these things. Where is it? There we are. Lovely. Okay. That means that we've got this here.
All right, what do I have? What did I prepare while I was waiting for you guys?
I don't know, but we got 2 whole turns to figure out.
I know, right?
Good. You have your whole turn to sort of ponder your fate. It's true. All right. Let's see when they're gonna go.
Well, it's fine. I had a turn of stumbling in the dark anyway. So.
I like to think that for a while you don't think anything's wrong. You're just like, I can't see that this is such a terrible illness. I can't even see now.
Am I blinking really long? This doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
Just think of it as leaving the pub at night.
Right. Exactly.
Uh,
Okay. So they are there. And we've got what do we got here? Okay. Wonderful. All right, so here we go, guys. So we're going to start with Grailion, who continues to look down in a stunned fashion at the previously visible, well, actually, still visible to you as a dwarf, but nonetheless, you remain stunned. Cassius, you are able to act. So you are now standing in the middle of this room going,
Yeah,
like
because
this.
it's pitch dark,
Yep.
so I have no idea what's going on.
You see nothing, but you did hear a scream. You heard the smashing of what sounded like the lantern hitting the ground, and that shuffling sound, and that's it.
Okay, so I guess I will run over
you have
to
a
where
torch
I
on you?
thought Constance was.
Okay.
So here-ish.
All right. So you're going to run over there-ish. All right. And then what?
Call out for her. Constance, are you okay? I can't see.
I don't know where everything is. There's people here with us. I'm frightened.
Can I, like, reach out and see if I'm near her?
Sure. You can try to reach out and see if you're near her. Let's see. Go ahead and roll a 20-sided die for me and tell me what you
Okay.
get.
Just a straight 20?
Just straight 20.
Okay.
8.
No.
So you reach out and you just feel the floor. This is kind of an earthenware, it's like an earthen floor, mostly like a dirt floor. So there's not really much to feel there. There are these columns, as I said.
I know she's a short little girl, man, but aim a little higher.
So you just sort of touch the ground. There's not a whole lot going on down there. And at the moment you're just sort of like, I can't see, and you really don't. I mean, you hear sort of the moving of your companions, the sort of heavy breathing of Constance, the frightened breathing of Constance in the dark. But that's pretty much all you're able to see.
Can I try listening really hard to see, like, if there's movement or breathing of other people in the room?
Yes, you may try making a perception check to do that if you wish. Yes.
Perception. Okie dokie. 14.
So you think you hear breathing, but the problem is that you hear breathing from multiple places. Obviously Constance, as I already mentioned, your own, your friends. It's possible that there's other, there definitely has to be someone, else here, but the breathing, it's not really clear, like where the, where the breathing is coming from, basically. So it's hard to kind of specify it.
Like, not even since, like, I should be near Constance that, like, I can tell, like, roughly how far away I am from her?
You think you're reasonably close, but and you probably could get a sense of the direction. But it's you'd probably need, your guess would be maybe you'd have to crawl maybe a little bit farther in that direction to sort of get to where she is. But that's pretty much it. You don't know details beyond that. And also, we're going to call that a turn because you've scrabbled around and looked.
Yeah,
and
fair.
Listened. So you're sort of sitting there, but you're pretty sure you could probably scrabble forward a little bit farther next turn, and you'd be right where she is at the moment.
Okay.
All right. Now with that, as you are scrabbling over, you hear this sound, and I'm going to give Walterpeck, I'm going to give you an opportunity actually to make a, let's see.
Aren't I stunned though?
Not stunned, like you were sort of staring there, but this is not about being stunned. You can, I'm going to ask you to make a, let's see. Make a perception check for me, please, and you can add your Arcana bonus to this.
Okay, that works. Hopefully I won't roll a 2. And rolling. Yeah!
Wow.
Hey, you got
Rolls
double
all
what you
night
asked
long.
for.
Well,
Let's go.
So you hear what you think might be the chanting of some spell or other. You have no idea what or what type or where, and it's not evident to you where it's coming from. Like as you look around the room, you don't have quite as much problem as your companions might have, but you still can't. I mean, you have no idea where this is coming from. It just seems to be this disembodied voice, and you hear that. And the next thing, Cassius, is you feel some creature behind you whispering strange words, and then you hear the swing of a weapon.
Ah!
Let's see.
Shadow is very eloquent. Ahoy and ah.
Ah! Yeah. Okay, let's see. So that's going to be...
While you're doing that, Arva, I want to call out to my teammates around me that can hear me and say, hey, there's a spell being cast somewhere in the room.
Okay. All right. So let's see. That's going to be a 15 to hit your AC, Cassius.
Oh, nope, wrong window. I have AC 17.
Okay. Right embedding in the ground next to you, you hear this thunk, and something clearly, the business end of something, which was meant for your head, instead ended up embedding itself in the dirt next to you. And you hear a curse in some strange language as the weapon is withdrawn.
Okay.
Meanwhile, along the other side, let's see. Yes. Walrapek, you also are aware of this sort of whispering sound. And, let's see.
Alright, what do I have to avoid this time?
We have got a 10 to hit your AC.
I have an AC of 12.
Okay. So you also hear this thunk embed itself next to you, and again, more dwarven cursing. Not coming from the same direction, because you heard cursing just a moment ago, but coming from somewhere else. So there was definitely some cursing going on from two sides in this little encounter that we just had just then. All right, that leads us down to Ragus, who's like, what? And then Walrapek, who's like, what? And that leaves us to, you hear sort of a scrabbling sound, Cassius, and it sounds to you like someone is scrabbling away from you around, perhaps around the column, which is near you, but it's, again, you're in the dark, so it's hard to tell. Now
Okay.
we're up to the top of the round, and yeah, boy, the worms are coming out of the woodwork is right. Good work, Mod, so far. All right, Grailion, you were up. You finally have a chance. You sort of look up and you're like, oh? And that indeed is the case. And as you look up, Grailion, what you see is, with your dark vision,
My awesome eyes.
yes, you see this. Actually, you'll see it as soon as I can find where the devil I put him. Okay, there we go. That's what I thought. All right. Let's move him to... Ta-da! All right. You see this person emerge, or this creature, emerge from the darkness. I think I put him in the wrong spot again.
Is he Batman?
No. No.
I'm Batman.
Imagine Cthulhu on a bad day.
I'm Batman. Exactly. Why are we selecting that? I want to select this.
He's over
There we
there.
go. Wonderful. Okay.
Oh, moving
So
fast.
now you guys can see him, I believe. Or at least, well, most of you can't see them. You see what looks to you like... it looks to you very much like a dark-skinned dwarf, from what you can tell, Grailion. But the weird thing is that it right now is larger than Cassius. It does not look like a
That's a
dwarf.
problem.
It looks like a big, badass dwarf. Who is much larger and has this nasty war pick, this massive spiked weapon, which it's drawing back from the ground and muttering curses to itself.
Well, seeing as though I can see that, it'd be very, very disrespectful and rude not to let everyone else see it. So I cast light on my shield and light the place up.
Okay, you do so, and it flares into life. And all of you, as the light sort of flares. What's the radius on the light spell? Is it 60?
1 sec, I got it right here. Light.
I'm guessing it's going to fill most of this place, but...
Yeah, 20-foot radius,
Look at-
and then an additional 20-foot dims.
Okay, So, all right. So basically, from
So 40
here,
foot.
14, 15, 20. Okay, so right. So yeah. So you guys are all basically able to see everything within this 4-column area that's up at the top here, and so you all see as this lights up this large, very large, dark-skinned dwarf. Sort of drawing the pick past where Cassius is, and right next to the column, you also see sort of holding herself half up on the column is Constance, and a shattered lantern lies at her feet. So with that, Grailion, that was light. You can now move if you like, if you want to stay where you are or move elsewhere.
I'll move into the center of the room so that way I can cast light further around and
Okay, so go ahead and do
basically be a
that then.
beacon.
Okay. All right, so you're able to move there. Okay, as the light sort of fills the area, and you can tell by the way that these creatures seem to be like one of them kind of squints a little bit. You know, like he's sort of kind of shielding his eyes a little bit from this light. Does not seem to be very comfortable for him.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I know you're broken up about it, I am sure.
Shit, it's
Cassius, you now see this large, dark-skinned dwarf standing in front of you.
Okay. I'm going to position myself between it and Constance, so I'm assuming about here.
Okay.
Is that
The-
That'd be
more, or
right.
less, more or less, although I should point out that right here, Constance is right here, so there's not a lot
Okay.
of room to get in between her and him.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna kind
Wait,
of.
did Shadowed speak? Because I didn't hear him.
Yeah, Shadow spoke.
Yeah.
I didn't hear him. Did anyone else hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Yay for issues. Because I heard you talking back,
There's a
Arv,
bit-
and I was like, what did Shadow do? What?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if you want to like exit and re-enter. Maybe, Bert.
Yeah.
No, to tell
would do
him
that.
to
Oh, wait,
mute
don't-
me
wait.
and then unmute me.
Too late.
Too late.
I was like, wait, maybe I. Okay, he'll come back in and hopefully that'll solve the problem. Also, the windows are going to be messed up for a moment, chat. So bear with us.
Okay, so basically, I just want to try and get up as close to the column as I can, and right up next to him, and then take a nice big swing with my great axe at whatever this is.
All right. Hold on just a second as I reorient the windows. Can you hear him again now, Shadowed or not? I mean,
Test.
Burner.
I can hear him.
Okay, good.
Hooray!
Okay, yeah. If that happens again, Shadowed was saying that you can actually just mute him, right, Shadowed, and then unmute, and that also might solve
Alright.
the problem. Okay, so you're gonna walk up to him basically,
Yeah.
and swing away. Okay, now because of your close proximity to Constance and your proximity to the column, I'm going to say that you're going to do this at a -2 to hit because
Okay.
of the space where you are. You're also trying to protect her, so you're kind of in close quarters down here.
Okay.
So go ahead and make your attack roll.
Shoot. where'd I
Don't
put that?
miss.
So 1d12 plus 3? Does that sound right?
That sounds like damage.
Oh no, right. So attack roll is 1d20 plus
D20
5.
plus your strength. It should be.
Oops.
Do you get a roll, Shadowed, or no?
There we
Oh,
go.
there we go. Yeah, I got
There
it.
you
Yes, all right. That definitely hits.
Even with the -2?
Oh, you didn't calculate the -2? Yes.
Sorry.
It does still
Okay.
hit. Yep.
Okay.
It does still hit. Fdunk.
Okay, so now damage is
This is where I think you would do your 1d12 plus 3, I'm guessing.
10.
All right. So you take a big old chunk, like, oh! He kind of, grunts and kind of staggers back a step. That definitely got his attention. And he's now sort of, sizing you up. Also, let's see if something else happens. 1 second, check if it does. Okay. All right. So
Also,
he staggers
like-
back, and you can see what looks like maybe a sort of a wave of pain go over his face, and then it passes, and he kind of looks at you, grabs his war pick, and kind of growls at you.
Am I able to have any kind of better idea of what this is aside from like a giant dark-skinned dwarf?
You can, if you wish, make a, let's see, make it an intelligence check. If you have, I'll actually allow nature on this too. If you have nature, I'll take that.
No nature. Best I got that I thought might work would be history.
Yeah, I thought about history, but not quite.
Okay. So just a straight intelligence check?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. 15?
Yeah, you're actually pretty sure you have heard about these things before, especially because of the Underdark. You're pretty sure that this is a dark dwarf, otherwise known as a Duragar. And you know the Duragars tend to be evil. They're often allied with the Drow. And they tend to be creatures that try to play an angle. So you don't entirely know what the angle is here. You also know that this is way bigger than a Duragar should normally be.
Yeah.
This is not normal-sized Duragar.
Okay.
I blame the beats.
All right, that brings us
That'd be
right
my
along
turn.
to the bad guys. He is actually going to take a step back since you have engaged him, and he's going to, oh boy, and he's going to critically hit you
Oh no.
with your war pick. He was not happy that you took a chunk out of him, apparently.
This is starting
and
out
let's see.
great.
Wow. And the problem is that because he's larger than your average bear,
Yeah.
he takes a massive chunk. He does 11 points of damage to you.
Ooh.
He's like, wow! You're like sucking chest wound, you know, as you stagger back from the pick.
Good thing we
all
were
of
clear,
you-
huh?
And
That's
Constance
not how
sort
you
of-
make porridge.
Constance screams out, "No!" And you sort of stagger back, and he laughs.
Some help over here.
Yes. Exactly, Wolf Boy. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. I don't know. I feel like I should do that on their attacks, you know.
1 HP. Oh crap.
Yes. In the meantime, okay, let's see. So Walrapek, you hear a swing
sure it's
come out of
me?
the darkness again. Oh, I'm sure. And a 12. Does that hit?
My armor class is 12, exactly.
Then sadly, it will hit. Let's see what it's going to do. Okay.
And I'm dead, yay!
Nope, but you're pretty bad shape. That does 7 points of damage to you. And as you're hit by this thing, suddenly out of nowhere. Hang on a second while I fix this.
That spell I heard earlier is gonna hit me, isn't it?
Okay. You see this materialize next to you. It looks sort of like the other one does. It is, again, a dark-skinned dwarf of some kind, but it's also real big. Much larger than it should be. And as you sort of, swing to face it, and it hits you. Oops, sorry. Swing to face it as it hits you. And it just sort of hits you right in the chest with this war pick.
Ow! I could use some help.
No, Miranda, I'm not pseudo-cheating. This so far has been okay. No pseudo-cheating yet. Yet. Okay.
No promises.
No promises though. Okay. Ragus, it is now you, and you got some issues. You got some dark big dwarves in your
Yeah,
guild.
now I am apparently aware of just how screwed we all are. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and draw my greatsword.
Okay. And it is a
And-
great sword.
Yes, it is. And I'm going to turn to this one that is standing next to Walrapek, and I'm going to kind of try and step in between them as much as I can. I
Okay.
don't know how much room there is between them, and I'm just going to try and drive my greatsword directly into him.
Okay, so you're going to
Into
basically
the beast.
It's
Yes.
kind of a thrust, in other words.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So because you're doing that as opposed to a slash, I'll say that there's no extra sort of detriment to that. Also, you can now see the thing, which is, thanks to the light of Graeleon and your own sort of strike. So go ahead and make just a standard attack, your normal attack that you would make.
All right,
Which
so
should
that's,
say it, I think, on the weapon, I believe.
Yeah, it should be proficiency plus strength modifier.
I believe that's right. Yep.
So that should be a +6. Okay. Oh, that is the wrong keyboard.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, it's a
hello.
critical hit. Wow. That thrust like strikes right. You find a spot right below, like in a sort of chink in its, or I shouldn't say a chink, a space in its armor, between the two leather flaps, and and you do max damage is the way that I do critical hits. So what damage would you normally do?
2d6 plus 2, so 14.
14. All right. Well, you do all of it, and it takes all of it, and it hurts. It's like and it sort of falls back, and then it looks at you. Like but it that hurt a lot. It was not happy with that at all. Okay, are you and you already are sort of stepping in front to be able to do that. So
I'm
you're
trying
standing in
to
front of
put
Walrapek.
myself between him and Walrapek.
So Walrapek, through your somewhat swimming vision with your 1 hit point, you were able to see that Ragus just really just decided to tell the creature what he thought of it. So yeah, that was definitely a so hit. What do you mean critical hits are just?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was a 14 plus 6.
It was a 14 plus 6. Oh, never mind. Okay, you got to roll damage. Sorry, I thought it was a natural 20. I didn't look.
I was thinking that. I didn't want to interrupt.
My bad.
Should be.
My bad. I thought it was a critical hit.
2d6. Damn it! I keep using the wrong keyboard. 2d6 plus 2.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. 2 damage.
No, he's gonna do the. He's doing the roll now.
It's 10
Okay.
damage, so
10
still not
point of
bad.
damage. Still a lot of damage, yeah. So not a critical hit, but still did a lot of damage. So, and he's still not happy about it. There we go. All right, yeah, I was like, well, you guys should be more excited by this critical hit. I don't know, because you're like, it wasn't a critical hit. Okay, so Walrapek, you still see, as I say, you see Ragus really sort of lay into this guy and sort of staggers back.
I'm sitting here debating on what I should do.
I don't blame you.
I have 1 health. I have 2 ideas. None of which are doing any damage, but I have 2 ideas. I can't figure out which one I want to do.
Okay.
Both of which will help me, but I don't know which one. My 2 ideas are either shield myself, very good idea, or detect magic to figure out what the hell the spell was that was being cast ages ago.
Miranda, it's funny. It's up to you. What's it gonna be?
Let's go shield for betterment of my health.
Okay. All right. So you do that, and feel the reassuring feeling of these shimmering magical fields surround you as you cast it. Now, are you going to move away? Ragus has stepped in between you and the other creature, so you could move away without it attacking you if you wish.
I'm gonna move back over here, over this way.
Okay. You can move farther than that if you like. It's up to you, but you have a little more to move if you can. If you
I
want.
kind of want to stay. I kind of want to stay near the light just in case.
I want to stand near the light, like behind the dwarf with the big shield. Understandable.
I kind of noticed a little connection with the light and the dark orc, dark dwarves. I kind of figured there's a connection with the light in them, so I'm kind of staying with the weakness.
Yes, indeed. Elias, I play that natural 20 is a critical hit, which is max damage. That's actually a holdover. Technically, 5th edition, what they do is they have you basically double the damage you do. I don't do that. My house rule is I have natural 20s doing max damage because it's more awesome. That also means they do max damage, which means it could be theoretically a little more deadly. But that's what I think a critical hit should do. Okay, so Grelion, that leads us to you. You've just seen these 2 creatures basically wink into existence. They're both larger than they ought to be. Oh, and actually, while I'm at it, I forgot. I should check one other thing after he was hit. Oh, yeah. So, Ragus, when you strike the creature, it sort of gasps, and suddenly you see it go down to normal Duragar size.
It's Viagra wore off.
So, well, it seemed to happen. Yeah, he sort of reverse Apache chiefed it, but it seemed to happen. It was directly related to when he was hit. He was hit, and then that happened.
But it didn't happen to the one I was fighting.
No, but you did note a sort of a wave of pain pass over its face.
Right.
So, all right. So now, having said that, Grelion, you can decide what you want to do.
Might be a little mercenary in not healing people, but I'm going to cast Bless
Okay.
on Cassius, and Ragus and myself.
Okay. All right. So you were able to do that, calling upon the divine power of your god. You fill them with strength and determination, said Undertale. And you do that to them. All right. They feel blessed, and Caseus, you feel blessed. You feel, like you can take on the world, or
Is
at least
bless
at least
bonus to hit rolls?
yeah, bless should be a bonus to hit rolls, and actually, I don't know if I put that in this one. Let me see if I did.
Whenever your target makes an attack roll or a saving throw, they can roll an additional d4 and add the number to the attack roll or saving throw.
Okay.
Yep. And I don't have it in here. I need to make sure that I add that to this campaign. I did in the sort of main campaign. There's a compendium where you can put the rules into in Roll20. So you actually can get all the rules into Roll20 and just sort of like have access to them, which is, I think, kind of cool, actually.
That'd be
okay.
nice.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think I maybe want to back up to where Grayleon is.
Okay. All right.
So?
All right. Now, are you doing so sort of with care as you're disengaging from the creature in front of you, or
Yes.
what's your plan?
Yes.
Well, he does have one hit point.
Retreat.
He's like me and has one hit point. He probably should cautiously retreat.
I do like how all the injured people are sort of falling back to the dwarf with the shield. That's the obvious healer. They just stagger back. They're like, here we are. Please help us. Okay. All right. So you do that, and then what? You've got an action left.
Heal yourself.
Ready one of my javelins.
Okay. All right. Ready to throw. To do what? If you want to hold an action, you can do that. But then, under what circumstances will you use this javelin that you're readying?
If the Duergar that hit me starts approaching.
Okay. Then you're going to throw a javelin at it. Okay.
Yes.
You're going to nope it. Okay. All right. Sounds fair enough. And speak of the devil. Sure enough, almost as if on cue, it starts walking towards you. All right. So go ahead and make your attack roll against it with the javelin. Remember, this is dex, not strength.
And you can add d4 to it.
So, says 20. And then D4.
Okay, so this time I will not make the mistake of the, the natural 20. Nonetheless, though, it is definitely a hit. Not a critical hit, but a hit nonetheless. So
Right.
now you may roll your damage to that.
Five.
Okay, so you hit it, and as you hit it, you see it go down to a normal Duergar size level. It sort of growls at you angrily.
Not so big now, are ya?
Yep, exactly. The joke wrote itself. Okay, so that leads us. That's right. He was on his way in. So he continues to walk in, and will swing away, except this time without the benefit of his awesome size that he had before. Let's see. That is 16.
AC is 17. So
Oh,
nope.
just misses you, and he would not have missed you if he was still the normal size, or the abnormal size. So he swings past you, and you sort of matrix out of the way, or possibly go one way or the other. But either way, you avoid being hit by him. Hi, Star Wars love, welcome in. And he sort of shouts angrily. Meanwhile, the other one, Ragus, is attacking you being in the way and having done damage to it. But also is going to miss unless an 8 hits, which I'm going to assume it does not.
No.
He's feeling a lot less comfortable, or seems to be, ever since he's not so big. Or, now also that he's visible, too. Walrapek, what are you going to do?
Unfortunately, I do not have any heals on me, so I'm gonna be very careful with what I do.
Yes, I would recommend not tripping.
Knowing me, I trip, so I gotta be careful with what I do. Hold on, let me.
And Grailion, you're on deck.
Did you skip me?
Did I? I did skip you.
Oh,
Yes,
I
I'm
did.
sorry. I'm sorry. You're right. I did. Sorry. Yeah, Ragus, you're up next. Walrapek, just you be thinking about what you want to do, so I'll come to you as soon as Ragus
I
is
thought
done.
this is strange. I didn't
Yeah.
get a turn this round. No.
You know what? You did do too much damage, so you lose your turn.
You almost killed him all by yourself already.
Yeah, exactly. All
You
right, go
got a
ahead.
fake
Yeah,
critical that skips your next turn.
it's critical
No.
cause you to lose a turn. Yeah, the fake critical. All right, go ahead, Ragus. You're up.
So I'm gonna put myself even more in between the group and this creature, this forest. Just kind of turn to face him,
Okay.
and I'm gonna swing at him again.
All right, go ahead and make the attack at the considerably smaller target.
Let me check my attack roll again. It should be a +6, I think. Yes.
That is not going to do it. It dodges out of the way, as and then kind of laughs at you, like that.
Yeah, but you're short now, so ha.
He seems like, he seems to be upset. All right, and you are staying where you are, sort of like continuing to interpose your body between.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put myself between him and the group.
So now, Walrapek, now that you've had a chance to think more about it, what now?
Well, my original plan got screwed up because Ray just decided to jump in the middle of the way.
Well, listen.
Listen, it's for the greater good of the 1 hit points.
The greater good. The greater good.
The greater good. So, time to improvise a new plan, Walrapek.
Alright, hold on, let me.
Time's a ticking.
I gotta go look up my spells and see what they do. Why do I not have any healing spells? Why?
You
Why?
don't have healing spells. You're a wizard. Your time's running out. I'm going to switch off to another person. Gotta move here.
Alright, I will move back this way.
Okay.
And that'll be all I do.
That's all you're doing?
Without injuring my party members, yes. That's all I'm gonna do.
Okay. All right. So you take a couple of steps back. All right, Grailion. So you've got a couple of considerably smaller targets than you had recently.
Well, Ragus seems to go ahead and have this one pretty well contained, and seeing as though we've got the walking wounded over here, I might interpose myself here, presenting my shield of light into his eyes, and hit that guy.
Okay. So he sort of backs like, ah! I will do that, John. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. That's a good thought. I'm not sure when, but I'll definitely try to put it on the schedule. Exactly, Sparkly. Okay, go ahead and make your roll. He seems to be not pleased at having to deal with your light shield right in his face.
Oh, so sorry. D20?
Yes, and it'll be D20 plus, I don't know what your...
Strength?
Yes, should be your strength, although it may also have a proficiency bonus. Should say in your weapon, what you've got.
Plus 4.
Yeah.
Oh, plus a D4 to attack.
Did you say +4 on an attack, or is that on the damage?
Attack bonus, plus 4.
+4, but that's not a D4. That's you
no,
got the
D4 with bless.
Oh, the bless. Yes. You're quite right. All right. Well,
I could have used the bless on my roll.
that hit. That
Think
yes.
about that.
That hits a lot. That hits all of him. So you roll your damage. Oh, you have no idea what's happening. So, John, what they're doing right now is, so they are fighting in combat against these creatures, these Duragar that ambush them in the cellar. And what they're doing is there's basically two rolls in combat. You've got the roll that you make to actually try to hit the creature. And then if you hit the creature, then you have to roll a certain percentage number of dice to do damage to that creature. And that damage varies by your own statistics, your own skills, and by the weapon that you're using. And so in this case, he did 10 points of damage. And that absolutely staggers him. The Duergar falls backwards, is not dead, but looks like a stiff wind could blow him over. He is extremely
Take
hurt.
that, Luddy.
So he's just like, oh, and he's trying to like block his eyes and trying everything. He is not the last 16 seconds or so have not been good to him. So he watches your divine light rains down upon him.
One question on that.
Sure.
It said damage 1d8 plus 2 bludgeoning. Is that just the weapon damage, or is that including my strength, or do I need to add my strength to that as well?
So 1d8 plus 2. Normally your strength bonus would be added into damage rolls, yes, but it depends on the nature of the thing that's being used. Bludgeoning obviously is just the type of damage. So
Yep.
what's the weapon that you're using?
A warhammer.
Okay, what's your strength bonus?
Plus 2. That's why I'm asking. So
that's
that's
the plus
already
2.
added?
Yeah, that's added to it, yes. So that's
Okay,
what that
yep,
is.
cool.
It's too bad, though. You're like, just a little more. If you could just put that extra oomph, but no.
Bonus action. Flick
One
it.
more, yes. And, John, the other thing I'll say is that in the midst of combat, during a given turn, basically what initiative is, it's designed to slow combat down. So all of these actions are actually in real time, happening very quickly, but we break it down to make the movements easier to handle in combat. So during a given turn, you have an opportunity to move and then act. So Graelion moved up and then swung away as his action and attacked the creature, doing damage to it. That was his action and his movement. Okay, and that brings us down to Cassius, who is, although hurt, beginning to feel maybe a little bit better about the tactical situation.
Yo, I'm gonna use my second wind thing,
Okay,
which
Good call.
is
my pleasure.
you can use a bonus action to regain hit points equal to 1d10 plus fighter level.
All right, and I think your fighter level is 1.
You should be.
So 1d10 plus 1. Elias. Wow.
Woohoo!
Nice.
Wow, there you go. All right, so 10 points are restored to you, bringing you almost back up to full.
Yep.
You feel your second wind fill you with confidence and vim and vigor.
So
All right.
since that was a bonus action, I should still have my 2 regular actions.
I believe that's correct, so you can move and attack if you wish.
Okay, so is it possible for me to like come right around like this?
You're not going to be able to do that quite the same way. You can probably get to his side, but even though he's sort of blinded and, kind of falling backwards and everything else, he's not really in a position to do that. You can come to the side, though. You can
Like
definitely
this?
do that. Yes. You can definitely
Okay. Yeah, I will do that, and then just wallop him with my whatchamacallit, great axe.
Okay.
Great. Ahoy!
My family whatchamacallit
Thingamajig.
that my grandfather gave me. I'll always remember him, that whatchamacallit guy that gave me my thingamabib.
16.
Hit.
Awesome. Plus 3. 7 damage.
All right, you just use a strike into his side, open this wicked cut. He's like, ha, 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 and then he falls backwards onto the ground, dead. So he drops. He is dead.
Ah, that's one for me.
Yes. Now, meanwhile, back at the ranch, the other one is still attacking Ragus, and is going to get a 12. Really has not recovered its mojo since he got
AC 14, so nope.
That's not
Yeah.
going to do it. So you managed to dodge nimbly out of the way, and that now leaves you available to attack him if you wish on your turn, as it is your turn.
Yes, sir. We will go for another one. And this time, I'm actually going to remember to use the
bless.
bless.
The bliss.
That bless, yeah.
Stab with blessed fury.
You weren't sure about whether you believed in all this bless stuff. You're like, I don't know, man.
How do I roll the 1d4 as well as the 1d20?
So in the
1d20 plus 1d4.
right, exactly. Yes. Shattered is going to show you the thing, I think. Right, exactly. So you type / roll 1d20 plus attack bonus plus 1d4. And eventually, if you play enough, you can create macros in here to be able to do that. And actually say something cool when you do it, like swings for the fences, or something like that.
All right, that's a 23.
That is clearly a hit.
15 plus 6 plus 1. And the damage is
Immense.
Enormous damage.
we'll see here in a second. 11.
That's pretty good damage. That hits it very strongly. It's like, ha! So the one before is like, as you sort of strike it in the face, and it kind of staggers back, clutching its face and growling at you. Ragus, are you going to move from your spot, or are you staying where you are?
I'm quite happy where I am right now.
That leads us then to Walrapek. Walrapek, things are starting to look a little bit better for the home team. What are you going to do?
I have decided that I'm going to do something very foolish, but that's one for the team, right? How far can I move?
Me in the back with the spell. We're going to have a bad time.
How far can I
Lay there
move?
and bleed.
You can move. I mean, you can move pretty far within this cellar. So you could probably move, I don't know, there, maybe even a little bit farther.
All right,
Maybe about
we'll
there.
go down. We'll go down here behind him.
Okay, wait.
And I would-
Hold on a second. How are we going to do that? Because unless you're leapfrogging over him, you're going to have to do it a little bit differently. You'd have to go basically to the left of the column, 15, and then you could probably just make that. If you go to the column, you could probably do that. Yeah, you could probably do that if you're going around there. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And I'm gonna turn around, and I'm gonna cast a magic missile at his back.
All right. Go ahead and magic missile actually should be. Magic missile should just hit. Magic missile will allow you to create these 3 sort of blue darts of energy that you'll be able to shoot at him, and magic missile will just strike. And it will deal 1d4 plus 1 force damage with each one of them. So you can roll basically 3. Since there's only one target for this one, you can roll 3 1d4s plus 1 to each one. And that's the damage that will be done.
Plus, what you said?
1d4 plus 1 for each of them, yes.
Oh my god.
Wow. Wow.
Roll rolls all night long, guys.
So you guys know the Millennium Falcon, the whir, 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 whir. So that's kind of like what happens. You're like, and he's like, brr, 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 brr. So it strikes him, and it definitely hurts him, but it does not kill him. He's like, ow, 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 and everyone's kind of like, ow, he's hurt, but he's not dead. And you were sad.
The shame hurts you more than it hurt him.
Exactly. Grailion, you were up. You see this one remaining Duragar.
Well, seeing as though the last action worked well, let's repeat the process.
Okay.
And we shall go ahead and step up to the plate. And
Okay. Okay, the power of light compels him.
that's it.
All right, go ahead and make your attack roll. On this very, very, very hurt Duragar.
20.
Div.
That hurts.
Thank you
To counter the previous roll.
I missed whoever that was. Whoever that was who followed. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I had my thing ill-conceived. So let's see. That's a 12. That is not going to do it. Despite his disadvantages of being blinded and shot by missiles and everything, he manages somehow.
I blame the previous 4 infecting everything.
Yeah, I think your shield, your awesomeness got in your own way is what happened, and you were not able to strike him. So you did not strike him down with furious anger. But Cassius, you do see your companions converging on the one remaining enemy that you can see in this place. Oh, that was you? All right, thank you for the follow, old lady gamer. Welcome. Welcome to the Arvanauts, and thank you.
Well, it appears that they've got things under control, so I'm going to walk over this way and to try to check on Constance.
Okay. She looks freaked out. She is not hurt, though, but she definitely looks frightened. And right in this spot, it gets a little bit dimmer. This is not quite at the edge of the range of the light, but it's definitely a little bit dimmer. But she still, you can tell, is sort of, she looks up at you with wide eyes.
I think that's about it. That's my turn.
Okay. All right. We got a lot of these inspire turns. Okay. So in desperation, the Duergar is going to swing away. Ooh, with a 19 this time at you, Ragus.
Oh boy.
That's a hit, I'm going to assume. You said 14
yes,
is your
it is
AC?
hitting.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So finally, desperation, a strength born from desperation, hits you with the war pick and is going to do, let's see. Oh, 10 points of damage. Strikes you like in the chest. As I said, it was like the strength of the wounded animal, like and you sort of stagger back as you try to pull the thing out of your shoulder, and do blood spurting everywhere. And Ragus, you've just been struck really solidly by this thing. What do you want to do?
Annoyed.
Yes.
No. Let's hopefully take one last hit at it and finish it. I'm going to actually no. Before I do that, I'm going to sort of step to the side here.
Okay.
To kind of give me and Grillian a little room to operate, so we're not swinging at each other.
All right. Sounds good.
And I'm gonna take another swing at it.
All right. You may do so.
16 plus 6, 22.
Yeah, that's a hit for sure.
Plus a D4.
Plus the bless that you didn't use, but it was.
No, I rolled the bless on the attack roll last time.
No, you get it every round.
No, bless lasts for a while.
Oh, I get it every round.
Bless is a pretty good spell. Yeah.
Yeah, 10 rounds this thing lasts for.
Yeah. Bless is pretty good, but nonetheless, you damaged.
Yeah, either way. And 8 damage.
Okay, yeah, you knock him into next week. He was pretty dead anyway. So he's like, and he sort of hits the ground with a thud. And as he lands on the ground, he sort of looks up at you and with a grin on his dark face, he says, "It ain't gonna matter. You're all dead, men." And expires.
One of us is a woman. Point that out behind the column.
She obviously survives.
Yeah, exactly, and she made it. All right, guys. All right, so they now lie dead. And you see sort of Constance sort of lying there. The light, Graeleon's light, of course, still sort of illuminates the cellar, and an eerie silence now settles over your former battleground. And she said, and do you hear Constance say, "By the gods, what is happening here?"
Seems like problems coming from the Underdark.
Someone probably didn't like that contract.
I would imagine so.
Mm-hmm. All right, so what do you guys want to do?
I would like to go over to one of the corpses, whichever one, doesn't matter, and investigate the body.
All right.
Let's check the other one.
So there's a couple of things. Okay, so what you guys notice from your joint sort of investigation is a couple of interesting things. First of all, as I mentioned, they are carrying these weapons, these war picks, made from that same darkish metal that I mentioned before, the sort of, dark metal. And in addition to those war picks, they each have a couple of javelins sort of in their back area. Again, so it look like just sort of standard javelins, those do. You also notice that there are, one of them is wearing these well-made manacles, but they're hung at their belt, like they use the manacles on others, presumably. And the other one has got a set of red gems, about 4 gems at a pouch at their belt. And the other thing you notice is a wanted poster. And as you sort of hold the wanted poster up, there's scribbling that you don't recognize the language, but you do notice that on the top of it, you see a picture of what looks like the unconscious drow who is lying in this very cellar.
So they were sent here to kill him.
Or capture him with the manacles.
Why would they send somebody to capture that was so sick, though? Like, how could he have gotten sick here? He hasn't been sick that long.
It's an Underdark thing, so yeah. These guys showing any signs of the same sickness?
Does not look to be, no. They look just to be sort of, hale and hearty. Well, they're not hale and hearty now because they're dead, but they would have been hale and hearty before you guys removed that situation. And Constance sort of stands finally and says, I cannot thank you enough, but I don't know what's going on. If the farm might be under attack or anything, we need to see what's going on upstairs. And she says to you, Graelion, could you light the way to the main room of the cellar, please?
Certainly.
Okay, so if you're going to lead the way, and actually, are the rest of you following? Or what are you guys going to do?
Oh, if they
following out?
I was
I
going to
just
say,
want to
people
confirm.
need light here.
Yeah, I was going to
People
say, I
need
just want
light
to
here,
confirm.
I
We
can
checked
cast light
both
on
the
someone.
corpses, right?
I'm sorry, I heard about 5 people at once. Say again.
Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, if they need light here, I can go ahead and cast light on an object on the ground
Okay.
there,
Yes.
and there's a light source for them.
All right, so you can do that. So you do that, cast light. Now the cellar is more or less lit in the same approximate radius, gets dim towards the edges. And then you follow, basically you lead Constance out. Neto, in answer to your question, no, damaged units do not deal less damage as their hit points drop. That's partly because hit points are often a theoretical measure more than an actual measure. Sometimes people think that hit points correspond to like limbs or something. And that is not the case, right? Like that's not like body parts. They really, hit points refer to a combination of health and also like luck. How many times do you avoid getting struck by the killing blow? How many times do you get out of the way when you wouldn't be able to otherwise? That sort of thing. And so, hold on a second, I got to switch around the thing again. And so when that's why that they don't technically, die until they're actually lost all their hit points, like they're not falling out. In fact, if anything, sometimes when they get to a certain point with their hit points, sometimes they'll actually be capable of doing different things. Like think Bruce Lee, tastes his own blood and then becomes even more of a badass, right? That sort of thing. So that's possible at times. Okay, so with that said, as you walk into the main room, and then quick programming note, I'm going to have to take about a 2-minute break because I have to help my wife with something. Again, newborn child. But before I do that, when you guys leave the room and you enter the main basement area, you see a large sack, which was not there earlier, lying on the ground in front of the stairs that basically descended to this cellar. And there's a sack that was not there before.
I go investigate the sack.
Okay. So it's just closed on the top. You can open it fairly easily if you wish.
Yes.
And as you open it, inside you find an unconscious gnome. And the gnome is wearing a familiar uniform to you. You remember that I mentioned this thing about the Zentil Keep that is run by the Zentarim? This gnome is wearing the uniform of the Zentarim.
A spy?
I'd like to try to wake him up.
Okay. Go ahead and make a medicine check.
I've got medicine. I can help you if you'd like.
Don't punch you in the face.
And actually, I believe Cassius. So actually, Graelion, you're the one who's there, and Cassius may have followed. But Ragus and Walrapek, were you staying behind, or were you following them also?
I was just going to ask
investigate
if we
the
checked
barrels.
both bodies.
You did check both bodies, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then I'll head up with them.
Okay. By the way, those gems and the manacles, you would guess, would probably be worth a couple 100 gold pieces all told, if you were able to find a place to sell them and stuff. They are nicely made.
What about those picks? Are they
Those,
something a cleric could use, or
the picks are something theoretically. I'm not sure if a cleric could use a war pick, but the issue is proficiency, whether you be proficient in using it. Also, this is a special kind of darkened metal, and you don't know like how well that'll work overworld. Like underground is one thing. You don't know how it's going to work overworld. It doesn't look to be magical, but they're nicely made. I mean, there's no question it's a nicely made pick. So you guys go in. Graelion, you can make the medicine check if you wish, or Cassius can as well.
I've only got +1, so
I got a +5. So let's see if I
Go
can
ahead.
avoid punching him in the face this time.
I gesture to you and say, wake him up.
Just to drop the elbow.
Here we go. Really on Zilbo. Oh, look at that.
All right, there you go. So yeah,
Not a
you're
punch
able
to the
to this
Gentle
gnome is
little rub
actually
on the cheek.
this gnome is actually, although a little bit messed up, much less messed up than was the case with the drow. And she kind of, she kind of wakes and is like, and she looks around, and finally her eyes fall on Aziz, who is, the drow, who's sort of sitting on the column, and she says, I finally got you, you son of a bitch.
Bugger.
She has this big smile on her face.
You know
I'm
this
obviously
drow?
confused. Okay, fair enough.
Okay. And she looks up at you and she says, so, do I have you to thank for my rescue?
It depends.
On what?
How did you end up in the sack?
Well,
and what's your intentions?
Sometimes you wander along the streets, next thing you know, someone's putting a gnome in a sack, right? Kind of laughs at you, and then she says, or kind of laughs and says, no. The truth is, I ran afoul of that one, and she jerks her head over at the unconscious drow. A while back, a group of mine tried to rob a caravan, an underground drow caravan, taking material that my superiors did not appreciate them removing from our city. But instead we got jumped, and a bounty was put on me. I was tracked and captured by the two creatures you must have defeated. I think you beat 2 Duergar in the other room. They were the ones who had me the whole time. Are they dead?
Yes, sir, as far as we can tell.
Good. Well, they're responsible for this, as is him, and she kind of points an accusing finger at Aziz, but then she kind of lowers her hand and she says, what the hell is that on his face?
That would be a sickness.
She looks on...
Death.
Sickness? What do you mean? What kind of sickness?
A fungal infection.
And then she looks and she goes, wait, no, the dark-born rot? And then she
Purple
starts...
tinea, yes.
And she sort of looks and then she goes... Now I think that's funny. This creature spends his whole life in the Underdark, and it's a dark disease that ends up getting him when he comes overland. Typical. You can expect no more from those half-breeds. And she kind of glares around at all of you. And she says, anyway, I appreciate you rescuing me. I've got to get back and report to my superiors, but if you ever come to Zental Keep, let them know that Beralt sent you. And she kind of looks around. She says, Beralt's my superior. My name is Joyella. You let them know that Joyella was rescued by you, and tell them that Captain Beralt speaks for you, and you'll have a friend with the Zentarim. Now, it occurs to all of you who know something about the Zentarim that you're not 100% sure you'd want to be, like you have a friend with the Zentarim, but it's probably better than having an enemy with them. They are not always the nicest people. And she sort of stands and nods. And
one thing.
Yes.
Before she leaves.
Yep.
Before you leave, your bully boys, they were here harassing the fine people at this farm earlier.
What bully boys? We don't have anyone here. You talking about the red plumes? The featherheads? And she
Yes.
She laughs, says, they're a pathetic small force for hire. When they're not playing Rent-A-Guard, they spend time at home drowning their sorrows in a tavern. The Zental Keep is not responsible for them. You got to talk to the people at Hillsfar.
Extend some courtesy. Look after this place. This place could surely look after you as well.
She kind of nods. She said, right now, the only thing I'm going to look after is a good mug of mead, and then perhaps a nice soft bed for the first time in an age. Anyway, thanks again. I'll remember this. And she kind of nods her head, and then she looks at everyone around, and then she ascends the stairs. And Constant looks at all of you, and I'm going to leave you guys this to think about as I go take care of this situation. And she says, This is wonderful. I mean, at least this problem is wonderful. We've solved this, but there's still more problems that remain, because the red plumes are going to come back. And the truth is, if I don't have enough dye to give them by tomorrow, well, they're going to seize the farm. They'll find out what happened here. I don't know how to make enough dye on my own. We need to do something. And as she sort of stares at you, desperately hoping, the DM takes a moment to attend to his wife and asks all of you to sort of chat amongst yourselves. Feel free to get chat suggestion about what you're going to do about this dye situation. And I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes.
So,
Well, this is a precarious situation. We know a lot
I don't
about
suppose
fighting,
anyone
but I
knows how
don't
to
know if we
die
know.
here.
No. I could write a good poem about it, though. I have plenty of paper and ink.
I mean, there's quite a few farmers around. I'm sure we could possibly persuade some of them to help. I mean, we got a lot of loot here. We might be able to pay a little bit off and sway some favor.
Aren't there, don't they employ non-humans? If I remember
Sure, they
correctly?
must have.
yep.
Yeah, they employ everyone from half orcs to half elves to everything. From what we
Well, it was
can see.
only mum and dad that went ahead and died. Sort of, surely they weren't the only ones that made the dye on the farm.
Right.
have
So maybe we
helpers.
can ask some of them to help them out
Who makes the
for some
dye?
of
Yeah.
the loot.
Well, no need to pay them for loot, because if they're working on the farm and that was already their job, then we just go ahead and make sure we get the right people doing the right stuff.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What does chat think?
What does Chad think? Drink your own piss. Don't worry. I learned it from Bear Grylls. All right, we're not going to take his advice, but we're going to earmark that for later.
That's an elf trick, that one.
Only works on me. I'm sorry. Actually, better roll. I don't know. my roll. Okay, so last time I had really good rolls. Fired a forest, and I jumped on a table. This time I can't even jump on a table. I can't even hit a guy in the back. And
I could not believe that quad one roll. Like,
It's consistency.
at least I didn't punch somebody in the face.
at least it wasn't an
Them up.
attack roll. At least you weren't still standing behind me.
Well, so what I was gonna do was,
He was
If you
standing
look
in
back
front
at
of
the
you,
map-
though. He could have missed it completely and got you.
if you look back at the map, this is what I was going to do before you turned around. What I was gonna do was I was gonna shoot the guy with the ray of frost in front of me because you were still sort of out of the way and I could hit him in the face with it. But then you moved in my way.
Listen,
I was like, "Fuck!"
I didn't know what you were thinking. I was thinking, I need to stand between these guys. I can't let them get to the crew. I was doing my job.
All right. So where do we stand, guys?
On our feet.
So we've been discussing ways to ask Costas. Like, obviously, her parents didn't run this farm by herself. She had to have people that she had hired to work, and we wanted to ask her about who worked for her parents and who could help her get this dye made.
Okay, so she says yes. Well, we did. We have laborers to help, but the truth is that, well, my parents were the ones who knew how everything went together.
Shit.
I'm not. Everything all right?
I just want to point out that it is thundering pretty hard right now, so I might lose power.
Okay. Hopefully not. Quick, before we lose power, she tells you hurriedly. But she says that she says, well, yes, I of course, we managed to run the process a lot faster before. But the truth is that my parents were the ones who knew how everything worked. They were only starting to teach me. I know some things, but the dye production process is slowed down a great deal, and I'm
What
never
about
going to
in the
have enough
workers?
things prepared by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, but what about the workers? Is there any workers that worked with your parents with this regularly enough that they may have gone ahead and understood a bit more than you do?
Not very likely. Most of the time, my parents actually had things that they told them, especially Papa, but sometimes Mama would too. She would give them ideas and she'd give them suggestions about how to move things through. And they're good people and they'll work for me. I care for them, but I don't really know a lot about how to make them work any faster. I'm not sure
Is there anything
what to do.
Do your parents have a recipe book
And she says,
for the
well,
dye?
a recipe book, and she sort of thinks for a moment, and then sort of looks around and thinks about it, and then she kind of thinks about it. She says, well, yes, I think so. And she sort of leads you up, assuming you follow her, up to the farmhouse. And inside the house, there's a shelf basically which has several books, and one of the books has on it dye production. And she sort of thumbs through it and she says, "This is the one that Papa was teaching me about." And then she looks at the different pages and she says, "Oh, but you see here is the problem." And she points to it, and it gives you a certain ratio of number of beats required to produce number of barrels of dye. And as she explains to you, clearly you don't have enough to do that on its own. She said, Papa always said it was very important to give people exactly what we needed to give them what we told them we were giving them, and that meant the finest quality dye. He never wanted to skimp. So as you see this recipe, he always made sure that the recipe was even stronger than what it said in the book.
Well, that makes our job so much easier.
Yeah,
Well, if
but,
we went by the ratio in the book, is there enough?
So as you take a look, let's see. Why don't we use make an investigation check for me, please, Grelian.
That'd be just a straight intelligence for me.
Right. Okay, so as you're sort of looking at it, it occurs to you that you don't know whether you would have enough material to do it by itself. However, you do think it's possible that you might be able to mix the dye such that if they're not looking carefully, they might be able to take the barrels away. It's risky, but they might decide that it was, close enough for rock and roll, as they might say in another world, and would be willing to take the barrels away. But if they discover the deception, of course, well, then you're going to have a problem.
So basically,
Probably,
just give them a lesser quality product.
That occurs to you as one way to sort of speed up the process. Given the amount of time, the chances of you being able to produce 8 barrels of dye when you've only got about 1 barrel on hand is very unlikely under normal circumstances.
If we try something like that, it's just going to, ruin the family's name. That's just going to hurt her in the long run, and that's something we don't want to set up for. We don't need to make this even harder than it already is.
So what's plan B? Fight the red plumes?
We can either do this and maybe get past them this time. Then we can go ahead and they can be all apologetic and don't know how this happened and the like later on down the track, or she can lose the farm tomorrow. Deception is probably the only way we've got.
This is a shipment which is going back to the leaders of Hillsfar.
Leaders of Hillsfar.
Wait, didn't we help the leaders of Hillsfar with their goats?
Not Hillsfar. No, the leader of the farm outside of Hillsfar. So far, you haven't done everything you've done has been on the outskirts, basically, of Hillsfar to this point.
This is the only place in the area that grows beets.
Yeah, it's by far the biggest, which is one of the reasons that it's under such demand because of that. There may be other farms that do a little bit of dye, but not anything that you could reach and produce and get back here in the next 6 to 7 hours.
I don't suppose the clerics have a pray to my god and produce dye spell. Sounds like a wizard thing. Produce dye.
She looks at you wide-eyed, hoping for answers.
And how old is Constance? How old would she approximately look?
She looks like she's probably about maybe 15, if you had to guess. You think that, she mentioned that in a few months she'd be old enough, so presumably 16 would be the age of possession. So you would guess that she's about somewhere in the 15 range now.
I don't have any good ideas.
Yeah, I'm at a loss here. This is...
All I can think is we try and make what we can.
Yeah, so how about make what we can? Is it absolutely crucial that the red plumes take it when they're coming back? Is there any chance we can? I'm speaking to the group here. Is there any chance that we might be able to intimidate them to give us some more time?
I could always set the farmland on fire.
No, don't do that.
Let's not do anything that causes more problems for her on down the line. That's the main goal here. I don't suppose we could try and stay. We could try to convince them that the farm was attacked by outsiders and convince them that she needs more time. That might be something we could try.
That might work.
We could, but the problem is that would they consider us the outsiders though?
Well, if you drag those malls up from the basement and show them to them, they might believe that.
Okay, you want to go live?
I think that would probably just fuel their fanatical beliefs then.
Yeah, well.
They already insulted me on the way out, so might not be a good idea to bring Inhumans.
Decisions.
Well, I think that we don't really have much else for choices. So that
The
may
other
be-
thing is, I could go ahead and use my thaumaturgy spell to make like really loud thunder like that underneath their horses in the hope that maybe they get thrown, maybe they break their neck, and that could buy some time. Maybe.
So your
It's
goal
better
is
to
to
send
not
in
intimidate
the
them
land on fire.
directly, but to intimidate them indirectly.
Well, thunder from the ground does happen sometimes, maybe.
So let's look at our options on the table. Our options are to try and make some shoddy die and try and pass that off for one run. To
Well, it's
try
not
and
shoddy.
intimidate them.
It's not shoddy.
Not
it's
up to
just
their normal standard.
Yeah, we're not overdoing it. So yeah, we either make die or we don't do it, or we try and intimidate them and hope we don't get into a fight.
I say our
Or
hope
we
here
get
is
into
that
a
we
fight.
vote. I say we take a vote and we decide what we want to do. Group majority seems like the best option here. Unfortunately, there's 4 of us, so Constance will have to be the tiebreaker.
Well, it depends on what you guys all vote on. So if you want to do that, you can certainly do so.
I still think staking around and waiting for the Red Plume to show up and intimidating them away or trying to convince them that she knew that something had happened so they need more time would be one of our best options.
I agree with
But
that.
then they would get curious. They would get curious and ask what happened. What we're gonna do? Tell them people killed the parents? That's gonna put her into trouble.
Well,
we can combine them, actually. Why don't we go ahead and make the inferior die? We can try intimidating. If it doesn't work, then many apologies. There you go. Take what we've got.
yeah.
If
Actually,
it does work, then we can go ahead and improve on it. Either way,
That actually seems like... So, if we make the inferior die in the barrels and we get them set up in the basement, when they show up, why don't we kind of like smash the barrels a little bit beforehand? So when they show up, they see, yeah, these robbers were trying to steal the die, and they got smashed up. Obviously, we can't give you what's been smashed up. If it's inferior down there, they're not going to bother to check it. It's already been smashed.
how many dies of the good stuff can we go ahead and make? As opposed, like we can make the 8 barrels of inferior. How much of the good stuff could we make?
The best guess you have, based upon a discussion with Constance, is you could probably make close to half that number. And that, depends. I mean, you also could try to, if you worked all through the night, movie montage, like everybody working together, you could theoretically make it where maybe you might be able to get somewhat close. Depends on how successful you were in trying. But the best guess, sort of with current kind of process speed, would be about 4 barrels or so, about half of what they're expecting.
Well, if we go with his plan, we make 4 really good die, 4 inferior. We destroy 4 inferior and go, hey, look, we got raided, but these barrels obviously got damaged during the attack. Maybe.
That seems like as good a plan as any. We got to draw. Our best guess here is to draw blame away from the farm. Don't let Constant get blamed for it. That would be the safest route for her in the future.
Okay.
Now, if we still make some good die out of it, then actually, if we make 3 really good barrels,
I hear that thunder through your headset. My God.
Yeah.
Wow, that was impressive. All right, sorry, Grillian.
if we make 3 really good barrels of die, go ahead. The other barrel of really good die, we could make 3 barrels of lesser quality die with that, and break 2 barrels in the thing. We could say we had the 8 barrels of die there. We could use the 3 good barrels to test to show, look how good this is, and hope that they'll just take the 6 remaining barrels. without testing all of them.
I like that plan. Let's go.
Yeah,
with
that seems like a good idea.
Okay.
All
So
right, let's go with it.
all right, so you guys start to work. So it is indeed that montage music, the silhouette against the moon as they're working at night. Day moves into night. Everyone's working with each other. With music in the background. You're the best around, and no one's ever gonna keep you down. As you guys are working on the die.
We don't need to make any rolls to produce die.
No, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. So as you guys work through, question is how efficient.
Shouldn't have reminded you.
Lord.
So I will give you guys an opportunity to use one of two things. I'll give you an opportunity to use nature to simulate your ability to understand the kind of process of putting them together, or allow Constance and the workers to direct them and use athletics to be the one basically doing the heavy lifting. In other words, the workers are the ones who are managing it. So
Athletics.
What about
athletics?
what about religion, where I can go, oh God, please let me get this right?
that will
All
certainly
right.
allow you to pray effectively. Whether it will have any effect, however, it'll make you feel good though. Okay, so so I'll allow everybody. Basically, these are going to be a bunch of assisted rolls, so you can choose between athletics or nature. If you have neither one of those, you might be able to use, let's just say, a straight strength check to be able to assist in the preparation of barrels and things like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with their strength check.
I
go with
will as well
athletics.
because I don't have anything else.
Okay, so let's go ahead and make those rolls. Yeah, exactly, Sparkly. Eye of the tiger. Don't. Okay. So
Wow, I'll take that.
okay, so
Oh yeah.
so
go.
Walrapek is like, all right, I got this covered, and is successfully pulling several blades of grass from the field, with great effort. Cassius is not quite, really what you were hoping for. This big, burly fighter who's kind of having a hard time kind of lifting up, it's like, all right, guys, I got it. I can't, and sort of puts the barrels together wrong. However, you're happy to know that that Lake and Wenchkin are much more successful, by which I mean not Lake and Wenchkin, of course, but Ragus and Grelian are much more successful in being able to do some work. And so basically putting it all together, by the time morning dawns and you can just see the distinctive plumage of red beginning to peek over the horizon from men on the backs of horses, you have produced about 6 barrels, roughly speaking. 2 of them, there's 2 extra that are sort of half filled and kind of like, if you ever dyed Easter eggs and it's like what happens when you tried to dye one Easter egg in 12 colors consecutively, that's sort of like what you get with those last 2 barrels. They're kind of leaking and ugly, but the other 6 seem to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, well, the 2 that are that are ugly and everything like that, smash them up and spill some dye on the ground around them to make it look like they were actually
Okay.
burst open.
That sounds good. You do that. And as you are looking, you actually notice that, what is this? Oh, is this the montage? Oh, it's the South Park montage? Gonna need a montage. The montage, I love it. So you notice that there's a lot more red than you remember before, and you see that is because we no longer just have a few guards. 20 men on the back of horses ride up, all fully armored, all with red plumes, and they all sort of arrive at the front of the house where Constance is standing on the porch with all of you tired, your hands stained with red, from working all night. The laborers sort of, clustered around, kind of looking up nervously. And the captain, the one, Walrapek, who actually said the thing about the dirty elf thing, sort of swings...
Filthy
elf.
elf.
Sorry, filthy elf, yes. Swings down from his horse and goes over to Constance and says, all right, lass, time to pay up what you owe. And she says, well, this is... and she sort of seems a little bit at a loss, but she's like, this is the best that we were able to do. And she points out the barrels. And the captain goes over and looks at them and he says, what the hell is this? And he's pointing at the broken down ones. And he looks at all of you.
Grab dead Juga and go, you didn't police the area properly. These filth got in.
and he looks down at the guy, and he looks down at the creature that you're holding, and his lip sort of curls, and he goes, "To be quite frank with your friend, I don't much notice the difference between filth of his type and filth of yours. The question I'm asking you is, what happened to these 2 barrels?"
They did.
What do you mean
Your
they
lack
did?
of
He says.
Listen, we can't help it if some ne'er-do-wells like this snuck in at the dead of night and started causing problems. You're lucky we managed to save what we did.
And he kind of stares at you with his arms folded. Make a deception roll for me.
Oh,
Please,
God.
Ragus.
Thank God I
That
didn't
is,
say anything.
So if it's not checked, do I have to? Not checked and it's a -1, do I have to roll that as well? Or
If it's a -1, then -1's where it's at.
oh boy, this is going to go spectacularly. I love it.
Any chance I could get in
Oh
on
God.
that?
So you say that, and he looks at you, and he's just kind of like, you know something? I think you probably figure you're being real clever. You ought to stick to swinging that sword around and not flapping your goddamn gums and backing up these semi-humans that you're riding with. And he stares at all of you. And I'm going to ask just one more time. What happened to the damn barrels before I had
Let me
my men
speak
take
real
everything that's
slow.
left of this sorry, non-human loving farm?
Well, let me speak real slow because you human
on.
types are really
Hold on.
dumb.
I'm gonna get right up in his face and say that
Oh,
these Duergar came in to the farm and destroyed the barrels. That is what happened.
And he sort of looks you up and down. He's like, yeah? And why should I believe you any more than that one? And he kind of jerks his head in the direction of Ragus.
Because I am Cassius Corlin, a noble.
And he looks at you and he's like,
I don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
he looks at you and he's
Tell him
like,
that!
he looks at you and he's like, really? Because I'm Elminster, wizard of the Forgotten Realms. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know who the hell Cassius Corlin is. I don't know what a noble is. What are you talking about? Why should I pay attention to you? Just because
He
you...
doesn't know what a noble is.
He sort of looks down, and he looks
he's
at...
not the brightest of creatures.
he looks down. Yeah, this guy may not be the sharpest tool in the shed. But
Can I use an intimidation roll on him?
you could, depending on how you want to intimidate him. What do you want to do?
That's what I was trying to do.
You were getting there, and then he kind of didn't know what you meant by some of the stuff.
I want to step up and speak real slow because he's all bluster and pomp and sort of not right up there in the head. He thinks he's a mage, for Christ's sake. So let's just go ahead and point out these dwarves that got past his men managed to came in here and damage his stock. Therefore, their laxity meant they lost out. Their fault.
So he kind of looks at them, looks back at you. So go ahead and make an intimidate roll for me.
All right.
And he glares over at you, Cassius, but seems to have forgotten his discussion with you for the moment. So you say this, and he kind of looks you up and down. He's like, I suppose it takes filth to know some of their own. All right, fine.
I'm looking at you.
Let's say I believe you. What are we supposed to do about it? I'm supposed to bring back 8 barrels, not 6.
Well,
Take
divvy
the
up the
damaged
rest.
ones.
Get attacked on the way home. Explain the loss of 2.
So he looks at you, he's like, I suppose I could be persuaded to forget about the other 2, if the price is right.
Yes,
Oh, come on down.
We got some manacles if you want them.
He slaps you with them. Let's just try it.
Immediately it's like that moment in Ratatouille where he's just like, manacles, my mother used to tell me, but no, he doesn't do that. No. I know he doesn't do that, but he sort of says, if the price is right, and he kind of looks you up and down. Not that I'd expect any of you to have any money. Or do you, Mr. Noble? He looks back over at you, Cassius.
Who has the gemstones?
Offer him the weapons. Offer him up and say, "Here, take your pick."
I mean, you can probably see them just sitting on the ground, like.
Thank you for the
And
follow,
offer him the
Dark
dagger
Collector
as well.
29. Welcome to the Arvanus.
That dagger as well.
Oh yeah.
So
Offer him the dagger.
So you hold out the dagger, and when you hold out the dagger, you are horrified to notice that as you hold it out, it begins to literally sizzle and melt in the sunlight. So by the time you've showed it to him, he's looking at a hilt, and he's like, "That's a neat trick."
Don't offer him the picks.
Right. The picks also no longer exist. They seem to have melted away in the sunlight as well. I'm not impressed yet.
We have a very fine sack upstairs.
Look, I'll be straight. I want stuff that's not going to melt in the sun. Perhaps some metal pieces, with yellow. Might have heard of it. It's called gold. Or perhaps gems. I wouldn't be amiss to some of those.
Where is
How
the
much gold
gold
are we
on my
talking
character
here?
sheet?
I don't know. I can look for it.
It's down at the bottom under attacks and spellcasting. It's GP, and there's a number next to it.
We would only have filthy inhuman gold. You probably wouldn't want to taint yourself with that.
You're probably right, smart one. Instead, I'd take something like, for example, a gem. And from what I understand, your people are always finding those things popping out of places in the ground.
Yeah, throw them away. Common as.
So he sort of shakes his head. He's like, doesn't matter. 6 is not going to get it done. Come up with something making it worth my while, and I'll let my men follow me back.
So I want to very quick.
Yeah,
I was gonna say I want to very quickly just check to see how many gems we have and if I can appraise them at a moment's glance.
You have about 4 of these red gems. They're fairly small, but look to be very beautifully made. As far as appraising them, that's hard to say. I mean, but you would guess they're not like you couldn't retire off of them, but they're probably worth an okay amount.
So I'll step up to him and hold 2 of them out in front of him and say, these should fetch you quite a few gold pieces apiece. You can take these instead, 1 for each barrel.
And he looks at him and he puts out his hand.
I slide them up. I turn my hand sideways and I slide them into his hand.
Okay. And he grabs one of the gems and then he kind of does the, like bites it between his teeth thing. He's like, all right, at least it's not glass. And he kind of holds it up to the light. And you hear a little bit of a murmur from his men. And then he's like, all right, fine. If this is all we get, this is all we'll do. But listen to me, girl. And he turns back to Constance. He says, this may have gotten what's needed now. But I'm telling you, the next time that we're back, and it won't be all that long, we'll be expecting the normal amount. And you tell your parents not to leave you alone in charge of a farm you can't handle in the future. Otherwise, the red plumes will be back. And he sort of looks around. He says, mount up! Because some of his men, have kind of gotten off their horses and are waiting. And he gets up on the horse, and some of the men you notice have behind them a cart, like an empty wagon. And they pile with 2 actually sort of larger draft horses at the front. So they pile the barrels, up onto the back of the wagon, the 6 barrels. And then he turns and sort of nods to Constance and looks at all of you, and he says, finally, Cassius, he looks at you and he says, have a good day, your nobleness. And then starts cracking up. And all the men think that's the funniest joke they've ever heard. They're all like, as they sort of ride off.
I can still make a thunderclap underneath his horse if you want, Regis. Watch him fall off. That could be the funniest thing we've seen.
I kind of just turned to Grillian and just give him the slightest
because I'm all
nod.
blustered.
I'm going to use my
over to Grillian and
thaumaturgy.
say, just do it already.
Okay.
All right. So
Use my thaumaturgy and going to go ahead and have a big thundercrack underneath his horse as he's riding off, giggling to himself.
So you hear this, and the horse is like, ah! And it does not throw him, but the horse kind of rears up for a minute, and he's like, ah, ah! And then he sort of looks around, looks to his right, looks to his left, looks back to his right, and kind of looks back at you suspiciously, and you're all, this kind of thing, and he sort of is like, And he mutters something under his breath again, and then just continues down the road. And once they're well past the hill, the laborers break out into a huzzah, and they're all like cheering. They clap you on the back, Graelian, and they all come up. They shake your hand, Cassius. One of them, pats you sympathetically, Walrapek, with your work on the attempted work that you did. Another one gives you the fist bump, Ragus. They're all very happy. And Constance,
I still have my glasses. I still have the grass.
you still have the grass. And Constance says, "Thank you. Well, thank you so much. At least we have time. Maybe now we'll be able to get what we need, and that'll keep the wolves from our door at least a little longer. Here, wait!" And she runs back into the farmhouse, and then she emerges a little bit longer, after a little bit of while, and she emerges with 3 vials. And one of them is a little bit larger than the other 2. 2 of them are in these sort of green, opaque vials. You can see maybe there's like some kind of shadowy liquid in them, but you can't tell at all what sort of kind of liquid. And she hands you the 2 vials, and she says, "Be careful with that. That sort of thing has a tendency to eat away at people who ask the wrong questions." And she kind of smiles, and you get the sense that she's probably talking about a couple of vials of acid, which she gives you. And then the last one is a vial, and this is in a very beautiful, like, cobalt blue vial, which is rather tall and ornate looking. And she says, "This is another thing that can help under the right circumstances, if you want to perhaps heat things up." And she kind of smiles. And you see Walrapek on the side. You see that there is etching in it the look of flames. And you recognize this is a rather universal symbol for a potion of fire breathing that allows you to breathe fire.
Boys, we just got a potion of fire breathing. Oh, boy.
And she says, I can't thank you enough. And the only thing I would ask you is, I don't know what's happening here, but something is wrong. It's not just our farm, it's everywhere. Please, figure out what's happening to this world. I can deal with the bigots from Hillsfar. What I can't deal with is things from under there. And she sort of ports down to the ground and raises her eyebrows meaningfully. And she nods at you as you sort of look at each other, and the laborers continue to cheer in the distance. I was about to start playing the old Return of the Jedi music, the Ewoks, yub, yub, da, 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 as they succeed. And gentlemen, that is, I think, going to be a good place for it to wrap up part 2 of Harried and Hillsfar. You guys did very well. There was some interesting stuff there. You had a little bit of combat you had to deal with. You had to figure out how to fast talk some red plumes, and you also had to figure out how to solve the mystery of this secret illness. So you guys did well. And
I only gave away half of our loot doing so.
Yeah, I know. It was fine. But what about the experience? Exactly.
That's okay. You didn't shoot a guy in the back of the head and do no damage.
Yeah, that was really funny. The flanking and then the 4 missiles that did 1 point each. Like, really, it was kind of funny. But anyway, but great job, guys. Chat, can we get some love for the 4 intrepid players tonight? You guys did very well, and we will continue Harried and Hillsfar for the next D&D session, which will be in a couple of months. Maybe these guys will be part of it. Maybe they will not. But anyway, I hope that they enjoyed themselves, guys. And actually, this will actually give me a chance to sort of talk things
Thank you
up.
very much.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And now let me actually go over and have everyone sort of. Let me start with Backburner, who played Walrapek. Burner, have you got anything that you're promoing? Are you going to planning on streaming something? Do you want to point out someone else's stream that you want to let people know?
Yeah,
about?
this is really odd stream. I don't know, his name's Arvan Elron. I don't know.
Oh, that
He's a really
guy.
good guy.
that guy.
That guy. Oh, I'm going to tell you a story about that guy.
Let me tell you,
That's
that guy. Here. Well, Burner, always a pleasure, my friend. What you got? But in all seriousness, you have anything that you've got coming up that people should know about, or not? Just you're going to be around doing your thing.
I'm going to be around trying to mod chat.
Awesome, and doing it
Not
very
not
well.
rolling twos.
Yes, and doing it very well as always. Great job, Burner. As for you, Lake, I'm glad we got a chance to do this. What's up for you now that the thunderstorm has passed? Thanks to the weather gods for not taking out your power.
Oh, it's still storming. It just it was generous. Nothing for me. I don't have anything remote or anything. I'm good. I had fun though. I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Yeah, you did very well. Especially remember because he never played before, guys. So
Nope.
so Lake did very
This
well.
is my first run.
This is what happens, and this, by the way, that's a good measure. By the way, if you've never played before but you've watched a lot, then you get a good sense of it, and that's one of the reasons I love 5e because I think 5th edition is very accessible, but at the same time has plenty of complexity. It leaves a lot to the DM, which is a good thing in my mind. So, but anyway, it was a pleasure to have you on, Lake. Good stuff, man. Oh my gosh. Now Wenchkin. I was so used to calling you by Grailion, I forgot what you were. So Wenchkin, so thank you for joining us. I hope you liked it, and we'll be back to the channel again for many other D&D things that we do. Do you have a channel? Do you stream? Like what stuff have you got to promo, if anything?
Okay, yeah, I've just started going ahead and streaming, going ahead and watching your channel, by the way, and happy to go ahead and do this again. But yeah, I've just started streaming, doing a little bit of the Secret World.
Nice.
And yeah, so that sort of is all I'm basically doing other than, watching you guys.
Nice. And Burner just put down the link to what I think is your channel. Should be twitch.tv/Wenchkin, I believe.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, and you typically stream, I assume, at this time, like starting now, because it's like 3 p.m. for you, like 5 days from now or something.
I usually go ahead and start streaming about sort of midnight, 1 o'clock my time, to try and be more accessible for the American and European viewers. But I generally go for sort of 12, 16 hours at a time. So, yeah, I'm on.
Wow, that is some marathon stuff, and mostly RPG-ish type stuff, like
RPGs, D&D. If I can go ahead, got a few people wanting to start and do a group on there. Haven't done that yet, but that is something looking to do. Or the ARPGs, but yeah. Nice. Very RPG-ish.
Awesome. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you. I'm glad you're able to join up with us, and hopefully we'll see you back here again. And yeah, hopefully people will go over and give you a follow. More D&D players in the world is always a good thing, people. Let's keep that in mind. And last but certainly not least, Shadowed. I know you're going to be hanging out on some guys named like Blarvin, Bleleron, that guy. I know you'll be hanging out with him. But what else you got, Shadowed? When are you streaming next? Are you ever streaming Talos Principle again? Are you ever going to see that again, or like?
Hopefully.
Maybe.
Maybe this weekend.
Maybe this weekend. Lovely. All right. Well, you guys know where to find Shadowed if so. Also, you'll see him, of course, on my channel as well. Yeah. John, in answer to your question, I don't do Star Wars role playing. I'm gonna give you more chance to talk in a sec, Shadow. I just want to answer this because he asked me this twice. I don't do Star Wars, although I do like Star Wars a lot, and I've often thought it would be cool. I have to be honest, though, the current Star Wars role playing system seems unnecessarily complex to me. I have looked at the rules on Fantasy Flight, and there's a lot of like, add the following 6 success dice, but not on when Jupiter is in retrograde with Venus. Like it's a little bit much. There's no way in hell I could DM it honestly right now because I'm just too buried with too much work. But,
roll to feel the Force. Roll to use the Force. Roll for Force effects.
Roll for more Force effects. Roll for everything. My God.
Roll to make sure you rolled correctly.
But I'd love to be able to play in a game of it sometime. That would be good. Also, I have to say that I played Shadowrun Tabletop for the first time when I was at Origins. And that was fun. I have to say, I thought I wasn't sure I was going to come out, but that actually came out pretty well. So that was good times. So, but I may have other sort of DM stuff that I do on this channel over time. I definitely would like to be able to add in a couple of like guest DMs to come in and run games. So that's possible. I love Star Trek. On the original series, I have the entire original series that I recorded myself on DVD. So I'm a huge Star Trek fan, and I teach it in my classes too. But as far as like Star Trek role playing, not so much. Although I do actually have the Star Trek role playing game in my basement. Yeah. So there are other possibilities down the line, and if you tune in, you'll be able to see all of those. And Nedwin, that's awesome, man. That sounds good. So sorry, Shadowed. So possibly this weekend, and anything else we need to know about channels you mod for besides mine, or anything exciting happening, or no?
Well, I don't mod for them, but I've been enjoying a couple other channels who are quite small time, like even smaller than this channel.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll drop a link in chat. Maybe if people want to check them out,
Okay,
that'd be great.
sounds cool.
I was going to say, if Ken, to other role-playing channels, they're only very small and the like, and just popped up in chat, Call of Cthulhu, either Hint Fishy or Druttercup. Both of them do a lot of role-playing, and Druttercup is just about to do a Call of Cthulhu game.
Nice. Those are two good ones. Yeah, it's definitely, there's a huge growth going on in sort of RPGs on Twitch because people love to watch it. I watch Critical Role a fair bit on Geek and Sundry, and I watch Itme JP's The Role Play. They do a lot of good stuff as well. So I've had a good time watching those, and we've that's definitely becoming more of a thing on Twitch, which is awesome. So, and in answer to your question, John, I do love Picard. I'm a fan of Picard, but man, Kirk's my boy, man. Like back in the day, that's where it was at. You have to remember, I watched the originals with my dad on reruns in the '70s. So I was like, that was the thing I grew up with. So I'm a Kirk guy, but Picard is definitely awesome too. So. Anyway, so it was a pleasure. So Burner, Lake, Wenchkin, Shadowed, you guys were awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations on getting past the next part of Harried and Hillsfar. And I will catch you guys. I'll see all of you hopefully on my stream soon.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Good night for now. And zip. All right. There we go. And I'm going to go back over to here. All right. Well, that was great, guys. That was a good time, and I hope you enjoyed yourselves, because I did, and I love doing these things. As you guys know, this is my favorite kind of game. All right, that, by the way, was all related to my Patreon, and I want to mention that the Patreon is what made this possible. So if you liked what you saw and heard, please make sure to follow the stream. That's the big thing. That's the first big thing. Second big thing is check out my Steam group with ! Steam group, and my YouTube channel for past broadcasts of this with ! ArvTube. And then last, but certainly not least, probably last and most, is that thing right there, the Patreon. ! Arvtreon will allow you to contribute to that. That thing is something which is basically my subsystem. If you would sub to me normally, that's what you do. That will give you benefits like, for example, you can get one of my band's 2 albums, third album hopefully coming out soon. You can also get access to other things. You can get access to my Patreon newsletter that I send out every month. You can get critiques of your writing at a higher level because I'm a professional author. You can get an epic poem written about you. You can get a character background written for you. So there's a lot of different things you can get. And of course, the channel moves forward as well. At $450, I'll be able to give my voice actors a raise. And at $500, I'll be able to, which is going to be really exciting, $500 play Wizardry, which is going to be scary and weird and disturbing, but I will do it for you people because that's what I'm all about. But I want to thank everybody for listening in. I hope you enjoyed what you saw and heard. Thanks to everybody for the follows and the host tonight as well. I really appreciate that. And we are going to go do a raid, guys. And the raid is like this. And in answer to that question, the genre that or actually, are you talking about me or them? As for me, I tend to play mostly a lot of role-playing games, a lot of story and narrative-based games. My channel is really focused on story and narrative, so I tend to play a lot of RPGs, a lot of adventure games, things like that. Right now, I've actually been playing on my channel solo Dark Souls, but I've also been doing this, which is the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook series. We're up to Robot Commando right now. I have a program that's designed to do that. And then I do interviews with developers here and there. I also stream over on GOG's Twitch channel once a week, my Pen and Pixel show, also focused on story and narrative. I'm playing Baldur's Gate Siege of Dragonspear over there, but I'm going to be playing D&D with another group over there on Tuesday. So we have a lot of D&D, we have a lot of role-playing games, a lot of adventure games and stuff like that, and what I think is the best viewer base on Twitch. I think we have the best viewers on Twitch. So all of that awaits you if you become a regular here. With that said, though, we are going to do that raid, and I just put it in chat. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Volcania, capital Volcania. But the key is not to do this until you hear my audio outro. As soon as you hear my audio outro, then you can let that drop like a mighty stream into the channel that I'm going to link in just a moment. But before we do that, I want to make sure I pop up that channel first. Let's see what it's going to be. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba. We've got this. We've got that. And let's do... Yeah, I think we're going to go with him. Okay. So I know who we're going to do. Let's play Dark Souls 2. Oh my god, Wolf Boy. How about one torture chamber at a time, okay? How about we stick to one torture chamber at a time before we get into all of that kind of good stuff. Okay, so I know who we are going to go and raid, and we are going to do it in just a moment. But before we do that, I want to thank everyone for having been here specifically. Thanks to all my amazing mods. Thank you to Backburner. Good job playing tonight again, Burner. Thank you to Dragon Spear. Thank you to Netowin. Netowin, thank you again so much for the work you've done on the project that we've been talking about. Thank you to Shadowed Mage. Again, Shadowed, thanks, dude, for popping in. Great job, as always, tonight. Thank you to my regulars as well. Thank you to Apples, to IAK. Thank you to Beal Sky. I'm not sure if you've been here before, Beal Sky, but if you haven't, I hope you will consider following the channel and supporting the stream via the Patreon. Thank you to Big Boss, to Blackberry Bear, to Cloud Kingdom. Again, thanks, Cloud, for the Fighting Fantasy overlays. Thank you to Divinorium. Thank you to Dragon Shadow Priest. I'm pretty sure I haven't seen you in here. Same thing. I hope you liked what you saw and heard and will follow and consider supporting the Patreon as well. Thank you to Gray Dibbick, who you guys should be following as well. Good to see you, Gray. Thank you to Jedi Knight. Thank you to John TWB. Thanks for the questions, John, and hopefully I'll be able to answer more of them over time if you join up with us. Thank you to Night Lake. Again, good job today, Night. Appreciate it, man. Good job. Thank you to, by which I mean Lake, or Night, or Lake, or Lake Night. Thank you to Covier. Always good to see Covier. Lake Plantain, the aforementioned Night Lake. Thank you to McSauce, to Mercurius, to Mr. Mano. Thank you to Nonstop, to Poltergeist Zero, to Roix. Thank you to Straumps, to Spurious. Thank you to the Sparkly Wallflower, to Topkin. Thank you to Undefined 972. I don't think I've seen you in here before, Undefined, but I hope you like what you saw and heard and will follow and support the stream. Thank you again to Wenchkin. Good job tonight, Wenchkin. Again, thank you so much for joining up with us, and hopefully we will see you around here again. And thank you to Wolf Boy, of course, who is always a great pleasure to have in the chat. Pleasure to have all of you guys here, and now we're going to go here. Don't do this until you've heard. Oh, that's fine, John. That's fine. I got answers. You got questions. I got answers. Here is the person we're going to raid. Don't do this until you hear my audio outro. We're going to go over to Stryker. Stryker right now is playing some Star Wars Battlefront in Cloud City. I guess they just opened a new area. Stryker's a good dude. He's also a guitar player and a singer-songwriter who played on my charity convention last month. So hopefully we can go over and give him some love. He's a good dude. We're going to do that as soon as you hear my audio outro. That's it for me. I'll see you guys on Saturday. If you like this, then on Saturday, get ready to buckle up because my regular campaign recommences on Saturday night with the Infinity and Beyond crew as we continue to play Horde of the Dragon Queen, having a blast with those guys. That is happening on Saturday night. But until then, everyone have a good Friday. Be good to each other, and I'll catch you guys all very soon. See you guys in a couple of days. Be good to each other. Love you all. Have a good night. What do you remember when the world was fresh and new? When it all seemed clear to you? When your aim was straight and true? Were your mind untroubled by the questions in the dark? Content to play your part, open pathways to your heart? Were your life untainted by a host of broken dreams? When all your acts were queens, understood all that it means? Could you have understood the way your life was bound? Did you ever wonder how you got from there to now? Oh, yes, you're gonna fly away from here, where the sky grows more clear, and your problems disappear, drift away down below. Watch them go down to your friends, where the trouble never ends, and there's always just one more day left to go.
now.